Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Buckridge, thank you very much. Good morning and welcome back to EuroDIG. This morning we're starting an exciting new journey in a new format that EuroDIG is introducing. Internet in troubled times, risks, resilience, and hope. For this main topic, we're looking at the impact of war. And these sessions focus on the influence of the war in Ukraine, now in its second year on the internet, and the roles of the internet in this war. Ukraine has shown remarkable resilience against attacks to destroy its infrastructure, as well as attempts to break its morale by disinformation and hate speech. This war has also raised the fundamental question of how long and to what extent the core of the internet can remain safe. It can remain neutral ground in a world of worsening geopolitical crisis. And to open this session, I would like to invite Stefan Lindström, the Finnish ambassador for digital affairs, to take the stage. You're very welcome to join us here. Thank you very much. Would like to ask him any questions. We are introducing now a QR code. Okay. This QR code is available on screen and on the EuroDIG wiki page to ask him any questions. Thank you.
I need a clicker. Nadia. No?
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to talk about The Matrix, even though it's my favorite movie of all time. The idea is really that I talk a little bit about technology, the internet, and geopolitics, and how all these things intertwine in all. And then, of course, with a special aspect on the attack on Ukraine. Could I get the clock going, please? Or does it come from up? The countdown clock. There we go. Thank you. The main point is that this concerns it all. Regardless of where you come from, what you do, the war in Ukraine concerns us all, every individual, every country. You may not like it, but that's a fact. And that's the way you have to think when you look at the whole situation, what's going on there from every single aspect of your life, of your work, of your values. The situation in the world today is that technology is the main driver of absolutely everything in the society. When you look at it, technology is the driver of foreign policy. We know that for sure. Of course, that's why we are here. Security policy. We have seen that all over the world today in a sense. How does technology affect everything? We talk about trade policy, of course. We talk about standards. That's a key issue in all these aspects today. And technology standards are, of course, of utmost importance when you talk about these issues. You talk about development policy. We talk about human rights. Technology is on the forefront, the core of everything concerning human rights. Democracy. I come back to that a little bit later, what the connection between technology and democracy really is. And of course, values, like I mentioned. I could speak for hours about values. Our government, the new government that's actually been sworn in today, has taken this task head on. The word digital is mentioned in the governmental program 103 times. And I'm really hopeful that we can tackle this issue the way that it should be, really looking at it from the sort of the top-down perspective. But we didn't come here to talk about Finland. We came here to talk about Ukraine and what has happened on the technological perspectives, from a technological perspective of the situation in Ukraine. And the bottom line is that this is the first cyber world war. We had world wars before, but they have not been cyber world wars. This is the first one. And that's the way we have to look at it as well. I mean, I look at Ukraine in a situation, in a sense, what is going on there? And how does technology, how does the internet affect everything what is going on in Ukraine? And you can also start thinking, what would happen if the internet hadn't existed in Ukraine when the Russians attacked? I break down this to a few smaller issues, but you can see here already, we talk about signals interference, we talk about crowdsourced intelligence, we talk about different kind of morale building aspects, we talk about videos, geolocators, but I mentioned them a little bit later on. The first one is, of course, cyber attacks. And when you look at what happened in Ukraine, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. Because when the Russians attacked Crimea, that was also sort of preceded by a gigantic cyber attack. And this has meant that the Ukrainians had 9 years to train how to deal with the Russian sort of cyber warfare. And they are now one of the best in the world. And so that's what I mean by a blessing in disguise. So they knew what was coming, they knew how to prepare for it, they knew what to do, and they were trying desperately to get the resource with our help. Because that's another key issue, is that we are never in this alone. There's always help, there's always partners, and that's why we are working on the resilience issues together. That's what I mean by it, we are in this together. There's also been a social media war on different ways, on all Western platforms, also on all Russian-controlled platforms, and even Chinese platforms. There's a very clear winner in this when you look at them, when you analyze on whose side the people are, what is being posted and so forth. But it's very important to follow this and to see that these channels are open. They're open for all people all over the place, even from the enemy's side, so that they can see what is going on openly. All this social media and a lot of other signaling resources that come from technology, that come from different sources, has enabled also what we call in the business as OSINT, open source intelligence. Now when we have resources with different parts of artificial intelligence to analyze all these open sources and the information we gather from there, we can actually create a picture that is many times much better than the sort of normal military intelligence picture. How many people have been involved in a different battle, how many troops have been there, how many tanks have been lost and so forth. It's quite amazing actually what you can achieve with open source intelligence today. Follow that one. Starlink and satellites. Not much could have been done without the satellites being provided. A key instrument there in a sense, and what could be done there. All the artillery, missile systems are being operated by technological features that partly run on the internet. What would have happened if they hadn't been there? Would the Russians have succeeded in a different way than they had today? And you look at the electronic warfare, the jamming, the false information spreading and so forth, what you can do through radio canals and things like this. This is all technologically related. It's all run on the internet or through the cloud. So really key features in a sense of the Ukrainian resilience on the Ukrainian fight back on all these issues. And drones. Drones provide intelligence to the artillery. Drones can also do limited attacks and so forth. But again, a totally new technological aspect of a war that we have never seen before. And then we have things like consumer applications. It's kind of amazing when you think about it that even a refrigerator today can be a dual-use technology because it has semiconductors. DIA is a Ukrainian application where you can basically track where did you park your car. But it has been used very widely in Ukraine in a sense so that the civilian Ukrainians can tag a Russian vehicle, a Russian military base, a nest, a radio communication center, or a tank, and then they can destroy it. So take a quite normal application, day-to-day application, and you use it in a military way. I think it's brilliant. AR, VR used for boosting morale for the troops, and AI for identification. The Ukrainians have used AI in a sense that they have tagged or traced the Russian refugees, Russian soldiers, fallen soldiers, with the Russian social media so that they can inform the relatives that this person is in captivity or maybe passed away. But the basic thing is really that what we have seen in the war is that, like in every world war, the First World, Second World War, we have seen a sort of huge technological evolution in a sense of what can be done and how has these things been changed and how can things be innovated in a different way. So wars, they are bad, of course, but they are good in a sense because they bring up a totally new testing ground for applications in a way that we could not really think about before. So in sum, Ukraine has really been what I would call a big stress test for the internet as a whole, when you think about it. And we are all benefiting from that as well in many ways of what could be done and what attacks can we foresee for our countries. So Ukraine is doing a lot of hard work for us as well with this. Then a few words about the platforms. We all know the platform, of course, many people think they are evil. They are also doing a lot of good work. When you think about it, that the sort of interdependence between the platforms and countries today, in today's world, particularly in situations of crisis, is really, really important. And when you look about what have the platforms done in Ukraine, they gave a lot of resources for the misinformation, resources that were quite amazing, actually. They were supporting hacking, both from a cyber defense perspective, but also positive hacking, white-collar hacking. They gave totally, and still are giving, unlimited protection to any Ukrainian businesses and to people. They transferred all the local governmental and banking data to the cloud for free. Because that was, of course, one of the goals of Russia, to destroy the data of Ukraine for them to exist as a country. All state data, all company data was moved, all banking data. They protected the energy systems in different ways with their resources in what could be done. They were providing all these critical services, and in the end also they provided all the free software for basically the whole of Ukraine. I think that's quite amazing, actually, when you look at it. And we talk about, if you put it in a monetary value, way over $1 billion. And then we come back, of course, to ethics and the core values. What are they and how should we do with them? How should we deal with them in different ways? And the problem in today's world, from my perspective, is that we have too many people sitting on the fence. There's basically only about 40 countries that are actively, openly supporting Ukraine. And then there's about 150 who are sitting on the fence and don't know where to go. If you talk about values, if you talk about ethics, I think the choice is pretty clear. Should be. There was also discussion about kicking out Russia from the internet and take away the .ru and some other domains. And this is, of course, problematic. If we would have shut down the internet in Russia totally. The problem here is, of course, then that we would have created something what I call a splinternet, or actually many of them. And a digital iron curtain in a way, because if you do that, if you separate those countries, they are authoritarian countries. They don't care. We would have created a kind of a Chinese Great Firewall. Not a Chinese wall or something like that, but a Great Firewall. Or we would have a Russian barbed wire wall. Or another thing as well. And we would have ended up here, in the sort of 1984 situation, where the state has all the data, the state owns you, the state decides what you do and what you don't do. A few words also about the future, in a sense of 5G is so important right now because it changes everything in the world, really, about data, about what we can do. The essence here is that 1, 2, 3, 4G was basically B2C, and 5G is now B2, what I call I, business to industry, industrial applications, when we can get so much higher speeds than ever before. And this means, in essence, only one thing is that when globalization previously brought up about 1 billion people from poverty to the lower middle class to middle class, connectivity is going to be the next one. And by connectivity, I mean that the industrial applications that can be used in Africa, in the global south, in Asia, in Latin America, that's really the future when you think about it, how connectivity is going to change the life of so many people in the world. But the key here for us is that if you don't have the hardware, you don't have the software. And that's why it's so important that we get the rollouts of 5G going, that the technology is neutral, democratic. Then we can work also on the connectivity side. I'll jump on that one. Ending up a little bit, what we are seeing now is, of course, that the rules-based international system that has worked for us so well since the Second World War is coming to an end. And we see instead that there's a new international order emerging everywhere. And the elements are really interesting in a sense, because you look at the sort of, on the left side, you have the different geographical denominations, conglomerates, BRICS, AUKUS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Quad, and so forth. And on the right-hand side, you have all these issues that are really there, AI, Web3, and quantum, and so forth. These are all the things that, when they intertwine, we are heading into something really that is the new world order. And the problem is that it's really fragmented, it's pluralistic, it's incredibly complex and contradictory. Where do we really head? Who is having the lead? Who are we going on these issues? Very complex things, really. Is it complex? This is one of my favorite slides in many ways. On the right-hand side, you have the trend lines, and bottom line, you have the global game changers. And then you combine it on a London subway map. It's a British futurist, Richard Watson, has done it. And it then shows the sort of mega trends that are coming there. I love the one on the bottom hand right, say that's something I haven't thought about yet. The black swans. This is the world we live in. My joke here is, of course, that when you look at Helsinki, that has one metro line, it would be so much easier to have a life like that, right? 27 stations on one line, instead of having a life like this, but this is the reality we live in. So we are in a big paradigm change. It's all about data. If we don't change, if we don't reinvent ourselves, the way our societies work, we are going to be disrupted. And the key issue is really sort of continuous education on tech issues. Last words on democracy and how technology affects democracy is incredibly interesting, because many times in the world today, we have so many people who are disappointed that politics, the society, democracy doesn't protect them the way they live, the values they have. And then we have different kind of elements coming in there. And I have a practical picture for you that explains this really well. This is taken at an election event in the US in 2020. We all see this gentleman's values about wearing a mask, barbecue, beer freedom. He thinks that he has the right to grill his beef on his backyard and drink his beer, and he's willing to protect that freedom. I don't think this guy cares about climate change. I don't think he's a vegan, and I don't think he cares about wokeism. He only cares about himself. And in one way, in my thinking, it's technology that has brought this there, because he's falling behind. That's why I emphasize always the continuous education on technology. But the last slide, in a sense, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about in Ukraine, resilience. You have to meet change, even though the change is evil. You have to prepare for change, and you have to work on all these issues all the time so that we can do. And the last word really is that we are not working on this alone. And Ukraine is not working on this alone. And we cannot achieve the results that we want alone. We have to work on these things together. Thank you.
Mr. Lindström, thank you so much for your keynote. I would like to ask you, are you going to be staying here for us a little while? I fear that we have run out of little time and we have online participants joining us. But sure. Will you be here today for people to come and approach you to ask any questions?
Until 1 o'clock about. I think my train leaves at 2, so until then.
You heard it here live, that he's here until 1 p.m. and he's willing to take any questions that you have. So please do take the opportunity to do so. Thank you so much for your interesting keynote, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce to you, live from Ukraine, joining us on screen, Andriy Nabok, Head of Fixed Broadband from the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation. Please welcome him.
Hello, everyone. I am Andriy Nabok, and I'm Head of Fixed Broadband at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. I am trying to share my screen. Could you see my screen? Sorry, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, most of Ukrainians were almost awake this night due to yet another Russian attack on energy infrastructure with strike drones. And it is a great honor for me to be able to speak here. I'm grateful to the previous speaker for the detailed report on the important role the internet plays in wartime for our people. And I would like to explain in more detail how the war and lack of electricity affects the operation of the internet infrastructure. During the last 16 months, the internet has played an important role in the life of every Ukrainian. Every day, our people use governmental online services in their smartphones, improve their digital skills. Every night, we receive information about the air raid alarm and the flight path of missiles. So uninterrupted and high quality internet in Ukraine saves lives in the literal sense of the word. During the last 16 months, Ukrainian internet providers have been restoring networks after every missile attack so that our people are always online. Broadband development, restoring of the networks and network resilience is the most important task of our ministry. Before the war, we set a goal to cover 95% of rural population with fiber broadband. In 2029, we launched the Internet Subvention Project. And as a result of this project, more than 1 million Ukrainians in 3,000 villages got the opportunity to use fiber broadband for the first time. And more than 7,000 social facilities were connected to fiber broadband. So before the war, Ukraine reached the highest broadband coverage in Europe. Unfortunately, it was before the war. Cutting Ukrainians off from energy and internet has been one of the main goals of the Russians ever since. On these slides, you can see the consequences of the war for our internet infrastructure in number and photos. You can see 6 photos here, and you can see the number. Approximately 25% of all internet networks were damaged or destroyed. Our operators now have 2 main challenges that we as a government are helping to solve. The first and the main challenge, it is a power outage. It is the damaged or destroyed energy infrastructure that provide electricity to our ISPs. And the second, it is destruction and infrastructure damage. There are destroyed base station of mobile operators and kilometers of damaged optical cables, stolen or destroyed active equipment. In this slide, you can see a graph that shows the impact of shelling on the internet infrastructure. For example, only in Kharkiv, in eastern Ukraine, during one of the shellings, about 83% of the internet infrastructure stopped working. Also, I'd like to highlight several of our projects which kept our people connected. As I mentioned before, it is a fiber rollout in rural areas. It is a Wi-Fi in school shelters. It is a national roaming of mobile operators, etc. And we are currently looking at any possible options to help our internet service providers. We are asking for support from foreign governments to help our country with Starlinks, satellite terminals, with generators and energy storage systems that will help Ukrainians stay connected. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you much, Andriy, for joining us here today. And it's really important to us that we have this kind of interaction. And I'm very pleased that we are able to do this hybridly. But then we'll go straight into the upcoming session. And I would like to invite Dusan Stojicevic, the Marketing Director for Eastern Europe at Granci, Vice Chair of the Board of Governors at the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, to come and join me on stage to introduce the first session of this subtopic, Shattered Neutrality, Internet at Crossroads of War and Geopolitics. A warm welcome, please.
So you've heard all the talks in introduction. You've heard details how it is on the ground. So I presume that I cannot add anything as intro to this session, except to explain that we will talk about in details about what we started in introductory speeches. So I am inviting my guests, Olga, Adam, please join us here. As you please. So, we have the mics. Okay. I will share. So, what we are talking on the first session. The name of the session is Shattered Neutrality, Internet at Crossroads of War and Geopolitics. So we spoke about war. We spoke a little bit about geopolitics. I'm wondering, because I'm a technical guy, I'm wondering whether ever been any neutrality on internet. So in reflection of what is happening around and what was mentioned previously in introductory speeches, I will ask, firstly, for example, from political point of view, Mia Petra from European Parliament, can you reflect on what we just heard, and let's go into details how European Parliament is looking at internet in the days of the war, and what are you doing regarding this situation right now in Europe?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as I am a member of the European Parliament from Finland, I also might say welcome. Yes, very good questions. Is neutrality possible when we have this brutal war on our continent? People killed, civilian infrastructure destroyed, genocide happening. European Parliament and European Union is fighting on democracy. And that is the value that we have to defend, and that is the value we saw that Ukrainians are defending when they are defending their own country and democracy. So then, of course, now, as you know, European Union is legislating and regulating also different parts of internet. And the main line is there to defend democracy as a value. It's even added to the AI Act that the AI applications on the market should help and not to prevail democracy. So on that sense, I think what we are doing at the very same time is to understand, to going through the different layers on the internet, that we have to be more cyber resilient. Also, the countries supporting Ukraine are attacked. I like the way somebody described it, that Ukraine has been as a boxing bag for so many years that they also have learned to live with cyber attacks, and so has my country. Finland also was prepared for worse from our eastern neighbor when we started the application process for NATO. And then it was not very bad. Then it was later to be seen that is it then getting worse when we joined NATO. Now we have fully joined, and it's annoying, but nothing very, very serious. And I think there are many reasons there. We have been prepared, but also mentally we are vaccinated, so that we were prepared, and the whole key question was openness. The ministries were very open. Cyber Resilience Center was very open. So it's almost like a Finnish joke that when your computer doesn't work, maybe Russians again. So this is also the attitude that it should not paralyze Europe. Russian war should not paralyze Ukrainians or us. And I just want to say that I had the opportunity also to have the presentation of DIA, the personal application, the citizens' apps. And it was so great because this really creates the sense that this is the nation that we want to join the European Union on these democratic principles. So I think in the 3 minutes to put it in all, I can underline everything Stefan Lindström from the Foreign Ministry said, that it is many, many aspects that technology has brought to these modern times in the war, but the values in the bottom have not changed. We have to have people with their own democratic rights, and that is what the Europe is standing for, even on the technical questions.
Thank you. So you mentioned technical side. I think the perfect person to answer on a global scale. So Adam, how ICANN is doing with, and let's say, battling with Ukrainian and the Russian war and this situation which is reflecting the whole world.
Is this microphone working? I hope it is. Good morning, everybody. Adam Peake, I work for ICANN, and I'm definitely not as prepared as Andrei spoke about in Ukraine, because I didn't plug my laptop on overnight, so if I run out of things to say, it's simply battery power. But I wanted to begin by talking about something that happened about 480 days ago. ICANN received a letter from the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ukraine requesting that ICANN and also our technical partners, RIPE NCC and others, remove Russia from the global internet, to remove the country code from the root servers, to revoke some certificates and so on. The response, and please don't take this as a glib or insincere technocratic response, it was a very hard decision, but the decision was from ICANN and also RIPE NCC, who are, I'm sure, here and can talk to this, was that's not what we do. Our role in the internet is to provide global connectivity. We develop policies with the global community to ensure there is a global, available, resilient, as a word we heard earlier, stable and secure internet. And we denied that request to remove the country code, to affect the records within the root server system. And it was a hard decision to make, but it's a decision that reflects how the internet works. It's global, it's decentralized, and no single actor has the power or authority or the right to remove people or remove a country or other actor from the internet. And these principles go to the heart of what the internet is. It's based on trust. You connect to the internet as a network because you trust your peers, the people you are connecting with. You, as an ISP or a provider of services, you will adopt the voluntary protocols developed by the Internet Engineering Task Force. So if you break the trust, you start to undermine the whole principles of the internet. So a very hard decision, but one that is at the core of how the global internet works itself. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to talk about because it feels personally wrong, but technically and from the operation of the internet, correct. I think with that I can stop for a moment and we can continue. Thank you.
Well, you can stop, but I will not stop because we have in the audience Martin, who was chair of the ICANN board. And my question to him, sorry to let you, let's say, a little bit to walk. So my question for you is how it was to get such question from Ukrainian government, how to address this question, and above all, did you have any such a question in history of ICANN?
Good morning, Dusan, and good morning, everybody, also in the room. Yes, no, we did not have such a request before. And Adam explained it very well, and you see the correspondence on the ICANN website because we're very transparent about everything we do. And indeed, the war touched many of us personally, and there was a lot of empathy for the Ukrainians being under siege in this way. At the same time, it was clear to us from the beginning that if we start doing this, where does it end? It's not our task to take things off the internet, it's our task to facilitate the world to use the internet. And from that mission, which is guided by principles, policies that are established by the global multi-stakeholder community, there's nothing that gives us the right to say, well, if somebody asks, you take any top-level domain out of the root. So we had to decline that request, and we've done so with full sympathy and explicitly. We were warm-hearted to see that the technical community in the world embraced that, but also countries around the world accepted that as a proper response as such. At the same time, it made us even more aware that these things happen in the world. Wars happen, and people get disconnected, citizens get disconnected. How can we help to make sure from within our mission to help? So in that way, we did decide at that time also to set up a fund to stimulate and help to citizens to get access to the internet. We've given the full amount of that fund dedicated to Ukraine in the first year. And unfortunately, we feel we will probably need that fund to be reused in the future again and again. So that is from within our mission, helping people to get online, to take any TLD out of the line, particularly the country TLDs, is not up to us. So this is how we dealt with it. And Slava Ukraine, right? We all care.
Thank you. So, Martin said about Ukrainian citizens. Let's hear from the real life. So, Olga is here, and the question is, how do you see, let's say, what was happening to you? So, what is the real life from your eyes about this topic.
Thank you, Dusan. I think I should start by saying that I do not really believe in neutrality in any shape and form when it comes to war. When war happens, it basically erases all colors from your life, just leaving black and white. I also want for us all to understand that internet is not a homogeneous dimension. It is functioning on many different levels, and probably if we can talk about internet as a communication technology, which is bringing people together at the infrastructural level, which Adam has perfectly explained, I want to focus more on the contentful layer, which is playing a huge role in the war which is Russia waging against Ukraine. I think it would be fair to say that to this date, Russia has shown the most horrible example of how internet can be weaponized. And nowadays, Russia is using propaganda, especially propaganda which is disseminated on the internet, as one of the weapons of this war against Ukraine. I also must say that propaganda which is used by Russia is multifaceted. It is not only happening by simple broadcasting via one state channel. It is happening on many different levels and also is happening through many different agents. I would not be so naive to say that, for example, people from Russia who are in these current circumstances during this last 481 days of war still posting about normal life and how they love their country. This is also something I don't think should happen. You should either remain silent if you can't show the empathy towards what your country is doing just across its border, killing people, torturing people, deporting kids, destroying the land. I also think that those people who kind of escaped from being somehow restricted inside Russia, they are also the agents of propaganda, because if we look at Georgia, which just a month ago was celebrating their Independence Day, and just a month ago there was a political decision to resume direct flights with Russia, and when the Georgian president condemned this, once again Russians showed their face online. There was a lot of, like, myriads of comments coming online with Russians saying, but what is Georgia? It's like a small country. Who cares about why this country should raise its voice? Georgia seems to forget what happened to it just in 2008, and this can easily be repeated to this country. And these are the people who already occupied part of Georgia, and they now are cynically trying to find escape in this country from mobilization. There is also influence of Russian propaganda not only inside the country, but also outside the country. Just last week, we had the delegation of a kind of peace delegation of African countries. And when all of us receive the air raid sirens on our mobiles, and when people go to shelters, then the African delegation says this is disinformation and untruth, that there has been shelling in Kiev. And then just when an hour after that there is a massive destruction being reported across the country, African delegation remains blind to that. This is all the influence of propaganda. And we can talk about many other examples, but I see the time is over, so we can continue after.
Thank you. Let me just reflect on something on technical level. It will be somehow devastating to revoke certain aspects of, let's say, CCTLDs, country code top-level domains from the network. But above on, let's say, level of users of content, we hear a lot of misinformation, a lot of war, as we heard. So is there anything that European Parliament is doing regarding that content-wise level?
Very concretely, there will be in these days also applicable new laws on platforms and their responsibility as the DSA and DMA come to in the power and start hopefully affecting that the big platforms have responsibility on the content, and when there is something which is illegal or it's fake news to say. So that is very concrete and help, because there is, of course, online, offline world cannot be any more separated. Like in Russia, mentioning the word war is a crime, and it really prevents the people to have opinion, but also to pass on information. And it's very old-fashioned law that you may not say something, but then this very same is then repeated, and information stopped. So we are also very much working now on the media law, that how to keep European medias free and vital and multi-faced is coming very close to also on the information needs that the internet is so quickly and in a massive scale expanding. So I want to emphasize this, that when even we talk of tech and when we talk about the content, the online, offline is a mixture all the time. So we should not get or forget the old ways of propaganda, but the new ways how to use it. But also then I think the kind of literacy and educational needs are there to understand the different ways. In the good start we had here also fake or that this manipulation of the pictures and what the new technology will bring along on the AI. So also we are already tackling that one, that people should be aware when they are using and seeing that, like, so deep fakes will be then something scary or to think, or at least it will bring your imagination on board. What we see if Zelensky's image is used by his voice and gesture to say some commands or conditions, and they are just deep fake and spread in the internet. So that's why literacy is very important, and educated people to understand also this threat.
Thank you. Adam, there is a slogan in ICANN, one world, one internet. Is it worth it to battle for one world, one internet? Can you explain that from your ICANN perspective?
Yes. Yes.
A little bit more.
Because I don't think that was Olga, but anyway, you were probably, anyway. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Think about the last 2 or 3 years where we have used the internet to talk to loved ones and friends and do our work and receive education, to receive entertainment, to survive a global pandemic. The internet was at the heart of that. A single global internet that, by and large, we could trust. And one of the things, to go back to some of the points that Olga was making, I think, yes, people have sometimes escaped moral responsibility, but that's a personal comment, and I shouldn't try to speak on that. Yes, the global internet is what holds our societies together now. It's what our societies are based on, and we do need it. If we don't trust this internet, then it fragments, and there will be many sessions about fragmentation. And that's really the point of the response from the ICANN CEO and board to the request from the Deputy Prime Minister, that if we responded to the request positively, then it's something you only do once. You only take something out of the global internet one time. After that, you have broken the trust on which the internet is based, and that would undermine the single global internet. So it's the response I think we have. There's other things there. I want to go back to a little bit of history. We've heard sessions, we've heard mention of the World Summit on the Information Society. 20 years ago, one of the things that civil society that I was involved with at the time, we said that unilateral control of the root server system was not appropriate for the global system of the internet. That at the time, the United States government did have the authority to make changes, to authorize changes to the root server. So it would have been them 20 years ago that the Deputy Prime Minister wrote to. And it was a concern, because it was a concern that governments might start using the internet and your presence on the internet perhaps as a trade weapon. And I'm not in any way suggesting that the United States might have done it, but you can imagine the imaginary situation where a trade dispute was happening and you might say to the country, take my country, the United Kingdom, there's a trade dispute, so the US says, do this, or we'll take .uk out of the internet. It was never going to happen, but it was always there as a potential. And I think we've learned since ICANN took over the stewardship role in 2016, when they were asked that question, the answer was no, we will not remove that from the internet. So you've taken a sort of geopolitical possibility out of the equation. You know that you can trust this internet, and that's why the global single internet is so strong.
Thank you. Olga, it's hard to ask you, let's say, anything so positive in these times, but I will try. How internet can be used, let's say, as a force for peace, for accountability, something like that.
Something like that. I think the problem...
Trying to post positive question.
The problem is not with the internet, the problem is with how we use it and with the possibilities that it provides. Because let's say that's still the issue of propaganda. Every single technology which was coming at a certain point of time was eventually used to serve for the purposes of the war. We can remember the example of genocide in Rwanda, which was happening with the radio broadcasting. This same thing is happening here, just internet provides a lot of possibilities. It provides speed and it provides a huge scale. You can reach a huge number of people in just, it's just a matter of seconds. And nowadays, there is such a huge amount of information, and so little people really want to take an effort and to make a choice and to analyze and to compare the sources and to find where is the truth. So this is just easier to click the first news source which is being served to you by your government, and this is a technology in itself. This is brainwashing, and this is change of mentality. And still, I don't know. There is a lot to say about positive things, but I still want to say that we should focus on how we should tackle this propaganda issue, who should take the responsibility for this, because this is that same kind of infection, because I really liked what Mia Petra mentioned, that they have been vaccinated to have the proper response towards what was coming around the process of joining NATO. When COVID happened, everyone was scared, everyone was looking for the vaccine, everyone was trying to isolate and to avoid this infection. This is the same thing happening with propaganda. It's infecting minds, and this is totally different way of thinking, totally different type of people. I'm really sorry to use this example, bringing here my fellow citizens, but I bet that when the war is over, we can put this social behavioral experiment in those territories which have been occupied by Russia starting from 2014, and people who have been living 9 years being totally cut infrastructurally from Ukrainian internet, but also receiving only one source of information. They would be completely brainwashed and completely different people to whom they used to be just 9 years ago. And this is just scary, because many of these people are also around us who are reading this news and who believe in this news. I have a personal example, and which I could not understand to some point, but then when I understood that this is a matter of our choice of which news we want to follow, because in the early days of the invasion of Kyiv region, still in February last year, and here I want to show that this is not only about people who are ignorant, let's say, and who are not well-educated. I have example of very well-educated Ukrainians with whom we've been sharing the same basement, with whom we've been also scared to see all these shells flying above us, with whom we've sent this last message when we lost mobile connectivity and we lost electricity and we did not know what will be happening further. But for me, I was thinking when this will be over, when the Ukrainian military will kind of solve this. And for these people, they use the rhetorics like Russians came to save us from Nazis. And I was like, really? And then I realized that the only source of information that these people are reading for years are Russian news. And this is scary. This totally changes the person. So there should be a way to tackle this. There should be a way to find some solution how to deal with propaganda. We can't just allow it to flow over the internet and pretend that nothing is happening.
Thank you, Olga. So, questions from the audience.
Hello, everyone. Hello, dear speakers. I'm Ilkin, EuroDIGger. So I have a questions to all of you who want to answer. So at the beginning, by the beginning of the war, in the one hand, the West tries to sanctionize Russia in the global economic or financial world. On the other hand, Russia makes its own world or own community with its allies or with small countries, which it has political power on them. And the same things happen with like political issues or the others. Russia somehow survives with survives from that sanctions with the support of allies or neutral countries. So the question is, if we think about having steps against Russia in the cyber issues or the digital world, is any political way by European Parliament or any international political community and the technological way to do something to make Russia alone and can't survive with its allies on that kind of sanctions or that kind of steps toward Russia? Thank you.
Who will take this?
Yes, the sanctions were first against individuals who are in charge of crossing the border, which is against all international agreements and basis for our peace and stability. But then also the technological sanctions were taken in order not to make Russia so easily to kill the people with the weapons. Unfortunately, the whole world is not seeing that, and I see there is a big role for the propaganda that has been taken on European history of colonization. All our immigration policies were turned and used very efficient way, for example, in the southern neighbor countries in Africa. So, of course, it's also a challenge if the people are in hunger, not having the crops taken from Russia and saying that it is our sanctions that do affect this one, even though at the same time we were actively the West and Europe finding together with the UN and Turkey to find the ways to get transportation so that people can survive, not to die in famine in the African countries too. So the real need for the real picture is very important, and that is also what I see, that one internet has a chance. So is there any way to use it for the peace? It's that you have trusted information and you would get the pictures and believe the pictures. And that's why also we are actively helping the Ukraine to document what is happening to the future court cases and tribunes, so that people have to pay what they have been using, but very concrete way, also monetary way to do that. So we'll need the whole global resource, and that is very clear for the Europeans, that if international order cannot be trusted, then there's not safe place in the world. Then the bigs have the thought that with their weapons they can do what they want. You want to continue?
I think I would say that No single sanction can make Russians feel the same pain that we feel when we lose our loved ones, when they destroy our cities to the ground, when you just wake up in the morning and you don't have your house anymore, or maybe you don't wake up tomorrow morning. You don't really know. And still, I think that they do not understand what the sanctions mean, because I had, I would not call them anymore, friends before the war in Russia. The only pain they were feeling, and they were complaining, and still many people are complaining, the only pain is about sanctions, about not having access to some online services and platforms, and they do not realize that this is actually the consequences of their actions. And what also Mia Petra was mentioning about import of grain, and this is again how Russia is serving African continent, because this is what our government is doing through all the struggles to negotiate these deals to make this export of grain to Africa. And when you come to Africa, Africans are saying, but this is Russia is delivering us the grain. When we, under the constant shelling, under all the grain fields being mined, we try to do that and still to deliver that to avoid this world hunger. This is still Russia delivering the grain, because this is served in the news.
Thank you. Another question from the audience.
Thank you very much, Dushan. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. I'm with the United Kingdom chapter of the Internet Society, but I'll be speaking on my own behalf. And I just wanted to add something that my friend and colleague Martin Botterman from ICANN had said before with regards to any previous instances of ICANN having to act to either seize domains or act on matters of top-level domains. And in fact, there was an issue that took place in 2014 where a class action lawsuit was filed in the US DC court, which asked for the countries of North Korea, Syria, and I think it was Iran, as state sponsors of terrorism, as they said in the lawsuit, and they asked for these top-level domains, country code top-level domains, to be seized. These were ruled to not be property, a bit like postal codes, and so you can't seize postal codes. And I would imagine that this ruling still stands until today. So you could also perhaps extend this to IP addresses. These are all just postcodes. They're just addressing effectively, and seizing them and acting on these is obviously different than acting on property. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have just a second online question.
Yes, indeed. Would you like to unmute yourself and raise your question to the audience? No, then I will read the question here now. How does multilingualism, Ukrainian and Russian, is being promoted to reduce what Olga calls propaganda? How much has the lack of multilingualism contributed to conflict? And he's referring to multilingualism on the internet.
A lot, I would say. This is very important, and this is what Ukraine started to put a lot of emphasis with this war specifically. I think we really underestimated the importance of having alternative. I mean, not alternative to Russian, but fact-checked and real news, which would provide also information not only, let's say, in Ukrainian, and we had a lot in Russian also, but in English and, let's say, in other languages, which would be available to international community. And this is changing a lot nowadays. A lot of Ukrainian media outlets are now providing also other news in other languages, and I believe this is really important.
Another question?
Hi, I'm Vittorio Bertola, speaking personally. So I was struck by all these references to misinformation. So I wanted to bring a reality check, which is, I found troubling and startling. So I took the latest poll that we had in Italy by, the most reputable polling organization about the war. So what Italians, so a EU country, think about this war. So the first question was, what was the cause of the conflict? And 56% says it's an unprovoked aggression by Russia. 44% it was a response to threats by NATO against Russia. Then what should be the European strategy? 46% says we should continue the war. Actually, 21% would send more weapons. And 54% says we should stop supporting the war, just get peace now, let Russia keep all the territories they just conquered. So and who should Italy stand with? 45% says Ukraine, 8% says Russia, 47% which says none of the two. So, and the final question is exactly on the point. So, is war reporting by the media fair or is it manipulated? And 10% says it's manipulated in favor of Russia, 37% says it's fair, 53% says it's manipulated in favor of Ukraine. So this is just within the EU. And then there were, I mean, like the Finnish government representative said, 150 countries that don't want to take a stance, and basically they continue to be neutral. So what's the problem here? I mean, is this really a problem of misinformation? So we should actually start to censor the internet and control the content and introduce political checks on what we see around? Or is there maybe another cause so that, the calls for censorship are unwarranted? Because I really cannot make up an opinion. But I mean, when I see asking for more control, more censorship, I start to have some doubts. Thank you.
So it wasn't a question, it was a comment. Do you want to...
The question is, is this just misinformation? Or?
Okay.
Yes, as a politically elected person, I always wonder how people vote. And then, of course, there is a freedom of opinion, and political elections should be really, really protected. So then that's what we can really little bit help on the technical side too, that see that the elections are fair, that they are not the results manipulated. It's already one step more difficult to analyzing whether the media is manipulated, who owns the media, is it the freedom of the press index high? So that's also what I meant, that online, offline worlds, they go different. We have governments that do own the media or they control the media, and that's not perfect democracy then, even they are elected, because the people should have the informed choice. And there you need broad media, not only one controlled by the government or owned by few people either. So having this good media coverage gives you the better democracy and better governments then also to be there. And then it's also then reflects the world picture. What is the picture you are taking? We see, unfortunately, rise of nationalism in Europe. Even we have had our 2 wars on the continent on the past century, and I really hope this century is not facing the same, even though now we have it on the continent, but not on the, not really much inside the European Union that has these rules and basic ideas of the rule of law, which is now underlined very much. So the Italian figures also are reflecting the Italian political reality, that you were wearing the T-shirts of Putin and being proud of saying that, and then also internally saying that why should I care of someone else as my electricity bill might get higher. So also this is a challenge for the Europeans to keep mood high, to stand with the Ukraine because of inflation and other challenges that might come. But I'm still quite happy that on this day 481 we are not tired, because sometimes the news disappear and people get tired of something. So, and this is also, I can bring news that I spent last weekend with the American colleagues. Opinion polls there are already saying that should they pay, should they stand, use their dollars. And then still the leaderships on the parliament said that you have to use on which side you are. Are you in favor of the democratic nations and world order, or are you ready to sacrifice democracy? And that's why I started with that one also. There's no one answer really for that question.
Adam?
I'm going to say it's not just a matter of misinformation, it's a history of a lack of information. This has been a war that's been going on for a decade. The first time I met you, Olga, I didn't know that you were traveling out to the east and providing legal services for people who'd been displaced and housing. And I'm quite, I spend far too much time on my phone and Twitter and various newspapers, and I wasn't as informed as I should have been. So it's not really surprising that the information hasn't got through. Is it a lack of truth? It's not. It's just that we somehow have ignored this until it became probably one of the most terrific events that we've seen in many, many years. So it's not just misinformation. We should be asking perhaps our media why they've not covered this to the extent that they should, and ask them not to get tired of it and not to worry if we're horrified of it, because we should be horrified of it and reminded of it. Thanks. Okay.
I also just very quickly want to say that I always feel very uncomfortable about this type of polls, because this is not a lottery to ask a question like who should win, what amount of territory, what part of territory we should give up for peace to be established. At the end, this is about our lives and this is about our country. And I also think this is not only the issue of misinformation, this is also the issue that this is very difficult to relate on personal level to something which you have never experienced. I strongly think that no one should experience war in their lifetime, but I can say for myself, I probably never felt enough empathy towards other conflicts and what's happening around the world until it came to my own home, because this is only the moment when you fully understand how horrible it is and what are the consequences that it brings to you. So it's not only misinformation, it's just sometimes when you scroll the news and you have your morning coffee, you feel unpleasant reading this news about war. So you just switch the page and you read some entertaining stuff.
Thank you, Olga. One question, quick, and closing remarks. We have only 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. My name is Verena. I'm also a fellow youth digger. My question is regarding how the EU analyzes the current efforts, because Ukraine has pretty much, at least in the bubble and social media that I consume, managed to put its narrative out there and dominate with its narrative and tell its story. Since the EU, or like a lot of countries, have struggled in the past to get their message out there, how does the EU analyze the current efforts, and how will they affect maybe European contingency plans, or how, for example, the European Parliament, the European Commission can better address audiences online in the future? Thank you.
So there is. Can you repeat?
You wanted to ask how the EU sees the opinion polls inside Ukraine, or the opinions developed in the social media in Ukraine, or?
No, so Ukraine is kind of dominating the narrative, like they're winning, so to say, the narrative war side of the argument, at least in like our Western social media. And since this has not always been the case, is the EU analyzing how they achieve this? Is it because of messaging and all that? And how does this affect European communications, narratives, all these other parts of the news cycle?
Yes, I only can short say that this is the role of the media to interview different sides, that what the military forces analysis is about, what are the narratives that the politicians want to give, and so then we can read and form the whole picture. So this is not politically to say that Ukraine is giving the wrong narrative and it's not doing this or that. It's of course important that politicians have their own narratives, and then different think tanks can give other ones. So this is not the kind of content moderating that I would suggest at all.
So we are out of time, so I must apologize for the question. There will be a lot of talks about this, so sorry, Wolfgang, sorry, later on.
Well,
okay,
unfortunately,
comment.
we do not have the time to go into, because we need to start preparing for the next session, but it's very clear that it is such an important topic that we have to continue this discussion, and this is why I would like to welcome you back in about 15 minutes to rejoin the conversation. And I hope that our speakers, and thank you so very much to our moderator Dusan for leading this amazing conversation and discussion, and I hope that we can continue this during the break, but also through the entire of EuroDIG. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Dank u. I hope that you enjoyed your break and are coming back to start our next session. The next session is subtopic 2, navigating challenges and strengthening Ukraine's and European internet infrastructure. And to moderate this session, I would like to invite André Melanchia from the technical community of Portugal to come onto the stage. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Welcome, everyone. And it's really glad to have you all here, and especially a very big privilege to everyone who's Ukrainian that's here today. We'll get started on the next session, which is mostly about resilience, and we will I will be joined on stage by Elena, Oksana, Kai, and Sander, and remotely we'll have Andriy and we'll have Olena as well. So please welcome them as well. Okay, so let's get started. This will be, as always in EuroDIG, a very interactive session. You are welcome to ask questions. We'll have 2 debate slots, and if you are remotely, you are welcome to keep asking questions in Zoom, and then later on, Virginia will say them out loud, okay? So let's get started, and... Okay. Okay, we start with the technical problem. Can you...
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Alrighty, thank you very much. I work in IT, but I wasn't prepared for this. Okay, so it is very important to mention, as you all know, that for the last year and a half, there's been a war in Ukraine, which led to the migration of more than 12 million people just to Poland alone, plus all of the other surrounding countries, and of course all of the people that were migrating from Ukraine to Poland and then to other countries. They will also consume other resources like internet resources and health resources and all other types of resources that we have available in Europe. Now this puts a strain in all of Europe, but this is nothing compared to the strain that you have in the resources of Ukraine, that half of them have been destroyed due to the war. And this is the session that we are going to talk about what is happening with the infrastructure in Ukraine and what they are doing to be able to cope and adjust to be able to have all of the resources that they actually need. Now, the first panelist that I have here is, of course, before we do that, let me just mention one thing. So we have Andriy Nabok joining us remotely as well. Andriy did a session just 1 hour ago, round numbers, and he will also be joining us for some discussion time. But for now, we'll talk about some of the situations that RIPE NCC has been working on, and we have Elena Muraska to talk about that. So welcome, Elena.
Thank you, Andrei. I would like to give you a few words about the technical aspects of the resiliency of Ukrainian internet. So since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, our researchers have looked at the Ukrainian internet and looked at certain technical aspects and how they may be helping the country to stay connected. So the research that we did highlighted 2 factors that are contributing to the resiliency of the internet. So first factor is very low market concentration at the end-user market. So if you look at HHI, which is an economic indicator for market concentration, Ukraine will be one of the least concentrated markets worldwide. What does it mean? It means that there are no dominant players and no individual networks on which the whole internet is dependent. So that's relatively a small effect if one of the networks will go down. It's important to note that most of these networks that provide connectivity to many end users are Ukrainian private companies. That means that it's difficult to forcefully cut the connectivity from the outside, and that could be from Russia, for example. The second factor is the interconnectivity. So Ukrainian internet has a lot of options to interconnect between networks. And it can be done between individual networks, but also via so-called internet exchange points. The Pirin database lists 19 exchange points in Ukraine, and our measurements indicated that 13 of these exchange points were actively used to interconnect. So in 2023, unfortunately, we have seen a decrease of many indicators, and interconnectivity was one of them, which is inevitable after such a long, prolonged war. But what we have seen that despite of some connectivity going down, we've seen new connections created, and we also seen the stable amount of XPs being active, still 13 XPs. And this is a signal that country is stayed very well connected. So on this slide, you see a visual representation of the complexity of Ukrainian internet. So each gray node is a Ukrainian network, and each pink node is a foreign network that provides transit. So you see pink, I hope you can see it on a big screen better. You see pink nodes scattered all over, so there is no one single point where Ukraine is connected with the outside world. So again, this is also something that shows how connected Ukraine is. You can scan this QR code. It will bring you to the article of my colleague Emil Aben, there you will see much more detailed information about what I just told. You can also see the research that we did at the beginning of the war. And I'll be happy to take questions about that in the discussion. Thank you.
So in a bit we'll have some time for discussion, but you are welcome to start asking questions if you are on Zoom. Now, next up, we were supposed to have another panelist, so Marco will sadly not be able to be here due to some family reasons, but I will mention some of the topics that he was referring. So first of all, we have underground cables spanning all over the globe. In fact, we have more communication happening in the oceans than it actually happens on land. And one of the issues we've had is that there has been some sabotage into some underwater cables, and that actually leads to loss of internet and other consequences that reflect to everyday's lives. As you all know, the internet is interconnected with anything related to even healthcare. Anything that's life-threatening has something to do with the internet nowadays, and the loss of internet will have consequences for everyone, not just for the Ukraine, but for everyone around Europe and around the world. So there's been a situation with the Svalbard cable in January 2022 where the cable was actually cut. I will not get into a lot of details. This would have been Marco's presentation, but just to mention that these situations did exist and others might exist in the future. So this is something that people, including NATO, are paying very close attention at these days, and also the Nordic countries that we have here, Finland, Sweden, Norway, etc., are also at great lengths looking into this situation. We also had, as we all know, the Nord Stream sabotage some time ago, and more recently we've had, as you know, last week or 2 weeks ago, we had the destruction of the dam in the Dnipro River, and that had a lot of consequences, not just, of course, environmental, but it had consequences for all populations from the point where the dam erupted all the way up to the end of the Dnipro River, more than 100 kilometers away, and it affected populations, it affected wildlife, and caused a massive destruction. Okay, so next up we have Oksana Prikodko, and we are happy to have her as the representative of the European Media Platform in Ukraine to talk to us a bit about some of the numbers related to internet users in the Ukraine. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to present some results of our project, Internet Identifiers in Time of War, with financial support from RIPE NCC. This project consists of several parts. Just now, we completed Ukrainian end users survey. You can see some results on the slide, but I would like to share maybe personal experience from our internet using in Ukraine. 9% of Ukrainians survived temporary occupation of Ukraine. 37% of them did not have internet access at all during this temporary occupation. What does it mean? Sister of my very close friend, this friend lives in Finland, by the way, survived occupation in Bucha. Aggressors destroyed all telecommunication equipment from the very first day of occupation, and this sister could not use any telecommunications means she could not write message, electronic message. She could not use mobile telephone. She could not give us know that she is alive. She only wrote hundreds of paper notes with telephone numbers and gave them those who tried to escape this occupation, and asked them to call these numbers and say to us that she is alive. In Kherson, Kherson was under occupation for 256 days. Telecommunication equipment was not destroyed, but internet traffic was rerouted to Russian IXPs. We just discussed one world, one internet. There is no one world, one internet, at least two world, two internet, and Kherson inhabitants experience on their own. Just now we have to, of course, every Ukrainians in Kherson used VPNs, but it was extremely dangerous from during the occupation. Just now, we have to understand what is going on the left bank of the Dnieper after the terroristic act on Kherson hydroelectric station, when aggressors blocked internet and mobile access to prevent sharing of information regarding flooding and to prevent asking to save lives of inhabitants of this territory. Situation on non-occupied territories. Before attacks on the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, access to the internet was more or less stable by huge costs of all providers. After the beginning of blackouts, we had electricity only for a few hours a day or even in a week, or maybe no electricity for a very long time. What does it mean? It means that majority of Ukrainians learn or distance remotely. They could not do it without internet access. You could not pay for food by a card. You could not call internet taxi and so on. And actually, I would like to stop here and not comment this situation from the perspective of internet providers, because there are Ukrainian internet providers here and online. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And we will continue to talk to you for a bit. Let me just try to get the next slides. We do have one or two issues with this. Okay, here we go. And this is a question that I wanted to ask you. We are now in the debate area, but still I wanted to ask you, what about the players, not just the individual users of the internet, but the players themselves? What's happening with that as well?
Actually, each internet users just now have some alternative smartphones, power banks, even diesel generators, very small in our housing. And there is one more danger because of fires and so on, because it's not, how to say, fitted for such using. On the other side, we have point of invincibility. So we can go to shelter, we can go to some private entity to recharge our smartphone, to access internet and so on. But just now, I would like, maybe we can return to the previous slide. If we are talking about the resilience of Ukrainian internet, our respondents do not see any the same threats such as energy blackout or destroying of telecommunication equipment, but they say threats from disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and so on.
So thank you. So before yesterday, we actually had a session on fake news, and that covered a lot of topics related to the current situation, where these fake news bring out a narrative that justifies in some way all of these war and all of these scenarios. Anyway, I wanted to open up the floor for anyone who would like to ask questions. Any volunteers? Oh, please go ahead. Please join us.
Thank you very much. I'm Ana Neves. I'm from Portugal, from the governmental side. And Oksana, I just saw the responses to the questionnaire, and I'm a bit puzzled with the responses. Like only 9% of the people, they perceive threats in Ukraine on the internet. Only 9% of people, they perceive threats on fake news. 8% lack of personal data protection, and 8% network availability. I found these numbers really small. I would expect something much more higher. So what's wrong in here, or there is nothing wrong? It's the situation as it is now?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Actually, we are also surprised with such results. First of all, I would like to explain the question with data protection. Concerns about data protection in Ukraine are extremely low because there is no data protection culture in Ukraine, and this is one explanation. Regarding fake news, I think that we have extremely powerful campaign on counteracting disinformation. And actually, even our Ukrainian activists shared fake news by themselves on Facebook and then explained, just very maybe funny. You did not notice that our Ukrainian student wins Metaverse Olympia, something like, and a lot of million of sharing of this information. And then the author of this information asked people, are you crazy? How can you believe in it? Please check what do you share. So this is another explanation, but the main, how to say, conclusion for us that Ukrainians are sure that Ukrainian ISPs, Ukrainian mobile operators can secure internet in Ukraine. So this is our main lesson.
Believe users believe in the internet?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
I would like to add, some of them changed internet providers,
Yes,
and
I
they
saw it.
changed their, how to say, priorities for not the lowest price or the highest speed, but maybe new technologies, independence of electricity and so on. Thank you.
We have one more question.
Just a comment about connectivity and internet service providers in Ukraine. It was already told that there are many competitions, open market, and so on, so on, so on. I just tell you the numbers. In my parents' house in Kiev, it's just a 9-story building, just regular building in sleeping district in Kiev. There are 19 internet service providers. 19 cables came to the house. 19. For Europe, it's amazing, but it's true. So if somebody is suffering from their fiber cut or so on, it's very easy to switch because of high competition even in wartime. And the second, the price of the connectivity is about €5 per 1 gigabit per month. So the price is quite low even for Ukraine, even now. And people who need the stable connectivity, who really need the stable connectivity, just connect several providers to their homes, like 3 or 5 simultaneously. So there is a lot of devices that can switch their cable automatically if some problem with one provider, it just switch home Wi-Fi to another one. So that's why the network availability is not a big problem. In main cities is not a problem at all. In small cities or in villages, there are more than one cable. So it's possible to make a choose and some redundant connectivity even in villages. Thank you.
Okay. Not sure if you want to make a quick comment on this?
More comment, we really have highly competitive market in Ukraine. We had, but now no competition. Maybe I am wrong. This is from the point of view of end users. For example, all our 3 mobile operators organized all national roaming. So you can choose anyone. Before full-scale aggression, each of such operators was fighting for every client, but now they are united all their forces.
Okay, so I think we have one last question for this debate round, and then we'll come back to a different debate. It's really good to be in person again.
Lots of steps. Yes, thanks very much. My name is Aki Enkenberg from the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs. I wanted to ask about satellite connectivity and Starlink. And I'm sure you cannot comment on a military point of view, but otherwise, from the Ukrainian perspective, how important has it been really in terms of users and uptake and so on? Because looking at it from abroad, it seems like there's been quite a lot of attention focused on providing Starlink connectivity for Ukraine, a lot of money also going into providing this as a service. And then my second question related to this is, how is it being regulated in Ukraine? How are these services being regulated, and are there any problems related to that from your perspective? Thanks.
There is a proposition from Alona to ask Andriy and Max also.
We have Andriy Nabok, who is from the Ministry of Digital Affairs, so let's...
So later on we'll have some more speakers that can help with this, especially Andrei, maybe? Who might be able to help with this, or
Sorry?
Elena.
Is Andriy online? I would love to give him a word to answer the question about Starlinks.
Okay, so yeah. So Andrei, are you there remotely? Oh, he is. Okay, welcome, Andrei.
Thank you. So about Starlinks, it is a very important thing to maintain our people, for maintain the connection, for access to information. For example, after liberation of the territories, the Starlink is the only way to connect to the internet. Because after liberation, a lot of networks are destroyed, and internet operators are not able to reconstruct the network immediately because of a lot of territory, a lot of fields are mined. So the operators need to wait for the procedure of territory demining. For example, in Kherson, after liberation, our mobile operator installed a portable base station. But there is no source of traffic because all fiber networks are destroyed. So on the second day after liberation, we transferred 200 Starlink terminals, and mobile operators used this terminal as a source of traffic, as well as fixed operators. They installed a Starlink to their service room. So few Starlink's terminal was a main source of traffic until backbone operators restored the backbone network. As a part of Starlinks were installed as public Wi-Fi points. Because after liberation, a few weeks, people didn't have any connection. Any secular connection, any internet connection. So we installed Starlink terminals in a few points of the Kherson city, and people were able to connect to Wi-Fi to call their relatives, friends, and say we are okay, we are alive after liberation. After last actions, terroristic actions of Russians in the south of Ukraine, I mean destroying of dam station in Nova Kakhovka. So also in this situation, people had only one way to connect to the internet. This is Starlink terminals. So Starlink is very important, and the satellite internet during the war is very useful and important thing, not only for militaries, but for civilians as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Very, very quickly, please go ahead.
Okay, the question was more about the formalities with Starlink, as I can understand. Yes, to install any satellite equipment in any country, including Ukraine, it should be certified, it should be legally imported, and it should be the frequencies should be registered in the registry. The question or the situation was that we need very fast, very big amount of traffic. So no, all of these formalities was not maintained. It just, even just the tax for import was cancelled for these devices. So I think all formalities will be fulfilled after the victory, but right now it's just an emergency situation, so there was no formalities. Even, as you may know, the Ukraine has one of the world's strongest internet censorship in the world right now, even stronger than Russia. But Starlink company doesn't comply with it, and it was okay for this situation because of the need of big lack of connectivity. Also, there was some initiative from one of the ministry to ban of usage of Starlink for personal usage, just for governmental or ESPs or military. But after people was very angry about it, this initiative was cancelled, and regular people can use Starlink as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Elena, would you like to address this? No. Or Andrei. Okay. So Andrei, would you like to continue and address this part as well, please?
So I can answer to the question. All my concerns and all my thoughts about the impact of the war to the internet I mentioned before my presentation. So if you have questions, I can answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, if you haven't seen Andrei's presentation at the beginning of the day today, please have a look at the videos when they're available, okay? So next up we have Olena Kushnir, and she's joining us also remotely. Please welcome her as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Olena Kushnir, and I'm director and co-founder of Ukrainian telecom company. And today and now I'm in Kiev, and today Russia launched 20 Shahid drones to Kiev. And of course, the life gives us new challenges that makes us stronger. And of course, every challenge gives us a new experience. Could you give, please, next slide? Is it possible? Here are some of the challenges we face every day. And during the war blackouts, constant missile attacks, destroyed infrastructure, constant cyber attacks, dangerous working conditions, mobilization of our employers, and theft of Ukrainian resources. 80% of energy infrastructure was destroyed by massive attacks, and home providers have actively switched to phone technologies. Business providers, of course, have more difficulties because it was necessary to equip technical sites with power supply systems and generators. Also, providers, of course, use Starlinks, especially in cities freed from the occupations. And in the photo, you can see the Kherson city immediately after the liberation. And returning back to Oksana Prihodko, you have not correct information that infrastructure was not destroyed. Please, next page. Please, is it possible, Andrew? Andrew, next page of my presentation, please. Is it possible?
Issues, but
yes.
we will be back in a second. Sorry about that. This is what happens when we have live sessions.
Yeah, but there you can find very important photos from, yes, this is our challenges. And next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this photo from Kherson city. And of course, here, these people just come to the central part of Kherson to charge their mobile phones and have possibility, like said Andrei in the book, to call their relatives and said that they are alive. And another know-how became shelters of unbreakability. There are hidden shelters where you can find free internet, free tea, and a comfortable workplace. And next slide, please. Yes. And this is Mykola Kucheruk, director and owner of Elite Lines provider in Kramatorsk, Donetsk region. It is only 50 kilometers from Bakhmut, where heavy fighting continue. And during blackouts, due to a lack of employers, he personally spent not one night at the main technical site to control the work of generators. Next slide, please. Ukraine is still subjected to a large number of massive attacks and drone strikes every day, and the telecommunication infrastructure is in various regions suffered serious damage. Next slide, please. As Andrei Nabok told in his presentation, this very important picture, because on 9th of March this year, the Russia launched 81 missile missiles at different regions of the Ukraine. And some missiles hit energy infrastructure objects, which led to the momentary blackout. And on this slide, you can see the drawing. On this slide, you can see how the traffic flowed. And the huge Kharkiv region remained almost without communication. And next slide, please. And of course, a dangerous working condition. At this QR code, you can find a link to the Google folder where you will find many photos from the war in telecom sphere. And this is a sad story about one of the biggest Ukrainian telecom operator, Ukrtelecom. The driver died and the other were seriously injured. We are strong, brave, and unbreakable, and we risk our life every day that the Ukrainian internet will not fragment it from the world networks. And of course, thank you very much for our Minister of Digitalization of Ukraine for supporting, and of course, NOC Alliance. This is a voluntary with the project Keep Ukrainian Connected. Thank you very much that you stay with Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Olena. Okay, and continuing this, we have Elena again, now talking about community efforts and steps that are in place by the RIPE NCC and other entities to address these issues.
Thank you, Andrea. So you've seen from Olena's presentation, from Andrii's presentation, you heard personal stories from Oksana and from Olga today. You all know from the news that Ukrainian technical community is not an exception, going through unprecedented times, and they are dealing with all possible threats every day. We organized an open house when we also invited Ukrainian operators, and Maxim Smolenets, he's an owner of one small XP, he said that they have learned to make decisions quickly, react to threats, and use new technologies. And thanks to this, they kept Ukraine connected. So Ukrainian operators are building this unique experience how to respond to such threats, and they are willing to share this experience with a broader community. But those who have the most experience, like one of the persons on the Olena's slides who was sleeping in the data center, they have other priorities they need to deal daily with, and they need help to translate this experience into best practices. So we did a call for action at the best current operational practices task force at the RIPE 86 this year in Rotterdam, and we asked the community to help Ukrainian operators to document their experience and turn it into best practices. These practices could be, for example, how to rebuild destroyed networks, how to make existing networks more resilient, but also how to build networks from scratch that are resilient in the future. And this is a very valid point also for Europe. If you want to invest in a network, you can learn from Ukrainians where you better invest in what equipment will help you to withstand difficult circumstances. Why this work is important and why this work is important now, experience that are not documented often get lost, but if documented and shared, it can save valuable time and even lives. So we have formed a group of volunteers from the community who will conduct a series of interviews with Ukrainian operators and to record this experience. And this will become a basis for the future document with the current working title, Best Operational Practices to Survive Natural Disaster or War. The RIPE NCC, we are a secretariat of the community, and we provide support to this work. We will report on this work, on the progress at the next RIPE meeting in Rome this year.
Thank you very much, Elena. And next up we have Kai Backman, and he works for the YLE, the Finnish broadcasting company. And because of technical problems, let me hang on to this, otherwise we'll spend all night here. So let's move on. And yeah, we do have some issues. Let's see. Okay, so we have Kai. Feel free to start, please.
In times of crisis, be it an armed conflict, a pandemic, social or financial turmoil, the public's need for news journalism increases exponentially. And this is why news organizations, especially public service ones, have to be resilient and prepared and have a good contingency planning. The Finnish Broadcasting Company has worked a lot with these issues for decades due to Finland's location and history, but still, the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine have made us think about a shift in preparedness paradigm. See if we can get the next slide. We used to think that in a time of major crisis, we would centralize our operations, go underground, work from bomb shelters and bunkers. But now we think differently. We think more about scattering out around the country, working from different locations using cloud technology and lightweight production tools. But this way of working requires uninterrupted and seamless access to the internet, and especially the international internet outside Finnish borders. We wanted to see what happens if access to the global internet is cut. For example, if sea cables connecting Finland to the World Wide Web are damaged or cut. So in April, we built a newsroom staffed with journalists and computers working the way they would in a breaking news situation and cut off access to the global internet from this room. The only internet available was the internet moving within Finnish borders, just to see what happens. The findings were to some extent surprising, to some extent not, but we found the exercise still very useful. Of course, we had no access to everyday working tools and office programs. We knew that, and that's why we have backup systems. But we had problems in getting access and logging in to the backup systems. We're used to distributing everything, guidelines and manuals through the emails and chats. And if they don't work, well, that's a big problem. Interestingly enough, we found that several Finnish authorities and agencies' websites were inaccessible, located either outside Finnish borders or with a connecting point needed outside Finnish borders to reach them. We're going to do more of exercises like this. We have to make our staff familiar with the situation where international internet access may be disrupted, and we have to have more manuals on paper, readily printed out, spread throughout our offices in the entire country and updated annually. And we need to get the paper phone directory back. We're used to using digital phone directories online, and if they don't work, who are you going to call when the crisis hits? So I'll be printing a lot of phone directories this summer. Thank you.
Very much, Kai. Okay, we are short on time, so we'll move directly to Sander. Welcome, Sander. Sander is responsible for a project called Keep Ukraine Connected, which has helped mitigate a lot of these issues. Please talk us about it.
So, hi. Next slide, please. Here are some pictures from network operators in Ukraine, just to show you, like this has already been mentioned, there's lots of smaller operators. And there's lots of one back, please. So there's lots of fiber in the ground, and for some reason this seems to be incompatible with exploding tanks. If you look at the bottom picture in the middle with the guys with the red jackets, what's in the background is actually the wreckage of a tank. So what we did is we looked at what Ukrainian operators needed. And we tried to provide it to them from the internet community. The community is really strong. We started this project and we've been overwhelmed with support from all around the community. So if you look at, we shipped 3,775 different items, and some of these are like small ISPs and small things. Some of them are 37U high routers. We did 16 trips. We collected over 200,000 euros in financial donations. And those are actually used to buy, for example, fiber splicers, the devices necessary to fix broken fibers. So this, a lot of the things that we aim for already mentioned. We're not directly supporting the government, the military, the big mobile operators. They usually have lots of resources and connections. We're actually focusing on helping the smaller ISPs in the region, providing them with equipment to fix their networks, helping them rebuild the data centers. We've seen pictures of data centers around Kiev that were occupied, and then the Russians moved away and they destroyed everything on their way out. So they needed everything from routers to PCs, power equipment, you name it. So we have lots of different companies from all around the world donating all this type of equipment. And like I said, we actually focused on what do the Ukrainians need? We don't want to just ship our old junk to Ukraine. We actually asked, what do you need? And then try to provide it. So power equipment, splicers, those were really important and difficult to get secondhand. We got lots of equipment from, like Microsoft sent a massive shipment our way. And so we got a lot of support from the community. And yes, I'm really proud to see what the technical internet community has achieved here.
Okay, thank you very much, Sander. We are very short on time, so we have some remote comments. Please go ahead, Virginia.
Thank you, Andre.
Unfortunately, we don't actually have time to go to the remote comments as we are ending our session time. And we would like to encourage to continue this discussion both online and offline. And we will be back in 15 minutes at 12:30 to start subtopic 3, which is protecting citizens in times of crisis.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to the speakers and the moderator, Andre, for this session. And welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a good 15-minute break to freshen your minds a bit, because we're going into the next subtopic. The next subtopic is about protecting citizens in times of crisis, and I would like to welcome the moderators on stage, Tatiana Tropina and Olivier Crépin-Leblond. Please give them a warm welcome.
Is it working? Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third part of this discussion. We talked in the morning about the technical neutrality of the internet, which, as was highlighted by some of the speakers, is not that neutral, because we still have to tackle the issues of disinformation, of propaganda. We spoke about amazing resilience of Ukrainian people, who I believe deserve a huge applause for keeping infrastructure running. And I'm sorry, that was a bit of an emotional part for me. But the question still remains, a broader question. How do we protect citizens in times of crisis? How do we ensure that we tackle the issues of disinformation, the issues of propaganda properly, that we are balancing all this with fundamental rights? And in addition to this, how do we ensure that we still enable investigative journalism? How do we ensure that by taking down various types of content, we can still document war crimes and atrocities? And this session will be exactly about these topics. And while we have speakers making their presentations and remarks at the beginning, we would really like to make it an open discussion. So everything that you did not ask or did not comment on during the first two parts, please feel free to do it later in this session. And I will hand over to my co-moderator, Olivier Crépin-Leblond, to introduce the panel.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. I'm Olivier Crépin-Leblond, and I have to correct you. It's not good morning, it's good afternoon already. Yes, it's after 12. So time really flies. Time goes so quickly, and hopefully the time is going to fly during this session. It's going to be very interactive. We do have 3 speakers. 2 of them have presentations. We'll start with Menno Etema from the Council of Europe, and that's really the title of this session, Protecting Citizens in Times of Crisis. Then we'll have Maciej Gron from the who's a cyber policy advisor to the director of NASK, the .pl, Polish top-level domain registry. And we'll continue afterwards with a comment from Jenny Matikainen, and I've used the Finnish name, Jenny, for the anglicized name, who's a journalist from YLE, the Finnish broadcasting company. Anyway, without further ado, let me invite our first speaker, Menno Etema from the Council of Europe, to do the presentation. We've got about 10 minutes for this, 10, 15 minutes or so. Then we'll have the second presentation, the third person comments, and then we'll open the floor, and we'll even be able to throw this wonderful thing around for you to be able to speak. So there's no hiding in this room. You'll have this mic close to you at some point. Thank you. Over to you, Menno.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's actually quite an honor to be here and to speak in this list of sessions, which I think tackle a very important issue. I think the war of aggression against Ukraine has shown very clearly the importance of access to information for the population, as discussed in previous sessions, the access and the resilience to secure access. And I want to put this in a broader context. This is a known phenomenon because, for example, since 2016, the NGO Access Now has been keeping track of internet shutdowns worldwide, and the coalition of NGOs has argued that such shutdowns have a massive impact on the work of journalists, but also the safety of groups in society, the transparency and democratic oversight of the conduct of law enforcement and the military, but also the processes of elections, for example. And it has even exacerbated the damages brought by natural disasters. So the phenomenon of lack of access to information is well documented. But I want to extend here to another phenomenon, the war of narratives. It's not only about the access, but we see weaponization of information as disinformation and hate speech is being used as a tool of war and a weapon of destruction, while the respect for freedom of expression and other human rights are undermined. During the Council of Europe regional seminar conference on media in times of war in October 2022, the chair of the National TV and Radio Broadcasting Council of Ukraine described at length how the Russian disinformation campaigns aim to spread panic among Ukrainians. But it goes beyond the borders of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. The war of narratives seeks to influence public opinion about the war across Europe and globally. I want to quote here a few comments that racist narratives that state that racist narratives to justify the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine, that deny the sovereignty of Ukraine, Ukrainian civil identity, and Ukrainian culture have been spread and provoked tensions that jeopardizes democratic stability throughout Europe. The UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide cited genocidal rhetorics that refer to Ukraine as a fake nation that does not deserve to exist. I also want to cite here the 2022 annual report of the European Commission Against Racism and Tolerance, a monitoring body of the Council of Europe, which state that it should be underlined that the Russian leaders' false narratives from the highest political level, describing the democratically elected Ukraine government and Ukrainians who did not consider themselves pro-Russian as neo-Nazis. This is absurd, nauseating, and an affront to the memory of millions of victims of Nazism, and we should not forget that as well. The Council of Europe study on combating hate speech in times of crisis is forthcoming. It will be published in September, and I apologize that we didn't manage earlier. But it's coming, and we'll put it on the European EuroDIG wiki when it's available. And it mapped key hashtags associated with the dominant hateful and disinformation narratives about Ukraine and the war. The graphic shown on the screen shows the peaks of tweets related to, we're using the hashtag Azov Nazis, Zelensky war criminal, and Ukraine Nazi from the 1st of January 2022 to the 8th of March 2023. So before the war started and during the war. And you can see a few peaks overlapping with these three hashtags. Other hashtags have also been explored, but these I always wanted to show. And they basically overlap with key major events in the war. The first days of the invasion, when the Bucha massacre was discovered, the biggest barrage of strikes on Ukraine in October, and when a missile struck a village in Poland, for example. So you see the relation between actual events in the war development and the launching of narratives, hate narratives, disinformation campaigns online. A deeper analysis of the tweets also shows that the tweets are from beyond the Russian Federation. They originate from Twitter accounts in Italy, Spain, France, and the Netherlands, among many others. And many of these tweets also merge, if they come from these countries, they also merge with other narratives, targeting or criticizing Ukraine refugees as taking up housing or jobs. So different discriminatory narratives, hate narratives, merge, as we can see. Many of the tweets analyzed contain also links to other platforms, trying to direct the viewer to other less regulated spaces, in particular Telegram and Russian Today website. Hence, I would say that the war of narratives seems to be a European-wide challenge, and hate speech and disinformation go hand in hand, and is moving from fringe platforms to the mainstream. So what to do? It's about protecting people by increasing resilience. In the same study on combating hate speech in times of crisis, a variety of stakeholders were interviewed by us, including state authorities, civil society partners, human rights institutions, and internet platforms, among others. And we tried to learn lessons from not only the war against Ukraine, but also other crises, like the COVID pandemic or terror attacks in various countries. And we conclude from the interviews that we had is that what's really needed is a very clear legal framework that provides public authorities, law enforcement, the media sector, and also internet providers, all relevant stakeholders in short, with a very comprehensive and calibrated approach, and very clear specific criteria for evaluating, moderating, and prosecuting instances of hate speech, and also particularly in times of crisis, because it is the balancing of human rights and human rights considerations that's so important and needs to be really well embedded in a legal framework. Especially in times of crisis, we need to fall back on our standards and be able to implement it. In addition, law enforcement, there needs to be a very clear law enforcement system in place that needs to be prepared for the management of hate speech and disinformation. This includes creating, supporting and coordinating of specialized units among the police and the prosecutor services to investigate and prosecute the use of online hate speech that reaches the criminal's threshold. But it's also about the analyzing of data from social media platforms and to be able to analyze the intertwining between hate narratives that's spreading through various accounts, between different accounts, and also to be able to track that. So it's a consistently a monitoring activity based on the most advanced approaches to retrieve and analyze huge data sets. So the volume is a challenge, plus also the travel between different platforms. In this regard, another key finding is that a multi-stakeholder coalition is very much needed. This provides for efficiency when new challenges emerge and new understandings of the phenomena needs to be developed. It's the narratives, the counter-narratives, the hate narratives, they constantly evolve, and we need to be able to follow that and understand how they evolve. The role of civil society organizations in that regard is very important. They can compensate for the lack of institutional interventions, in particularly by monitoring hate speech and supporting those that are targeted by it. And they are also very well placed to identify new trends and new narratives that are out there. Hence, we need to really acknowledge the role of civil society actors and to bring them on board in the dialogue on how to address this and provide them the necessary resources and acknowledgement. Of course, public awareness information campaigns is a priority in a time of crisis, as they are essential actors to inform, but also to counter negative stereotypes, bias, and disinformation. So it's a combination of information that needs to be provided. The role of media broadcasting companies and news outlets is also very clear. They are key actors to combat hate speech and disinformation and advocate for human rights, particularly in the times of crisis. I want to underline here that many of these points that were identified by our key stakeholders interviewed very much align with existing Council of Europe standards and other international standards. I would like to take this platform to direct you to the recommendation that was adopted last year on combating hate speech, which specifically outlines what can be done and what should be in place in all these different sectors, issues that I addressed. Another point I wanted to make is the importance of journalism in situations of conflict and aggression. The Council of Europe provided a document outlining key principles that should be put in place: responsibility of member states, responsibility of journalists, responsibility of media organizations and civil society. It's very much about acknowledging the role of journalists, providing them protection, giving them access to information, also enabling them to work, but also for journalists to adhere to ethical standards of professionalism and for all civil society to support their work. The outlines of the journalism in situation of conflict aggression is also on the EuroWIGI, so I encourage you to read in more detail all the international standards that apply in the human rights considerations. I will conclude to referring to a part of the declaration of Reykjavik Declaration of the Council of Europe Summit, which brought together heads of state and governments from the Council of Europe, which you can see online. I think the point here is that many of the takeaways from the studies and conferences that we had in the last year regarding the crisis is that we need to have in place proper standards and proper approaches before the crisis breaks out. We need to have state institutions and other key stakeholders need to be properly prepared to prevent and combat hate speech and build resilience against disinformation. Promoting and delivering human rights, democracy, and the rule of law is and always has been the best defense against aggression and authoritarianism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Menno. Please take whichever seat you wish to take. And we're going to continue with our next speaker, and that's Maciej Gron. And as I mentioned earlier, he is with NASC, the .pl top-level domain registry or advisor on cybersecurity. So we're just preparing the file so as to show the presentation. It's a shorter presentation than the previous one. And as I said earlier, we'll have questions being asked at the end. So please start preparing your questions and comments as well. I always hear, do you have any questions? Do you have any comments as well? Because it's your word as well. This is a dialogue. Over to you, Mathieu.
Thank you very much.
And
you have to speak. Okay, no problem. I can stay. Thank you very much. My name is Maciej Groń. Thank you for the introduction. Protecting citizens in time of crisis. I think that is the quite big challenge without crisis, protecting citizens. Especially because when you want to protect somebody, when you want to, to do something, the most important thing is to have the right tools to the right job. I'm not an engineer, but I'm quite sure that is true. And the question is, do we have the right tools? Do we have the right procedures? Do we have the right and obligation, institution, responsibilities, transparency, accountability, and last but not least, fines. I think that is not last, but it is also very important. And the answer is that today, we in the EU, we have the e-commerce directive, which is from the almost from the previous century and was designed a quarter of century ago. And this young man on the screen, let's call this red-haired boy. He's in a primary school. Let's call him Mark. He don't has such a nice smile anymore, but he's quite powerful, and he has a big company in Palo Alto, maybe. And the computer which is nearby, this is probably his first computer when he was first PC. And we have, this regulation today. 25 years ago, or even more, it was obvious that regulation were needed because to make it possible to flourish the new companies, the IT companies, and make internet as much popular as is possible. And I think that this mission was accomplished. But I think that we have missed something, and today our world is very different. Even the 10 years were different than in early 90s, even in the late 90s. And it's very difficult to say something. And the old Chinese proverb says that if you don't know what to say, just say the Chinese proverb. And I have found one. So the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next time is now. So I think that it's not so bad, because we have, the tsunami of legislation from the EU. I really don't like this name because it refers only to the strengths, but I think that the goals are also very important. And we have the new rules, which for me it means also the new tools. We have DSA, which means the Digital Services Act. We have the Digital Market Act. We have Data Act, we have Data Governance Act, we have AI Act, we have CSAM regulation, we will have the CSAM regulation, we have NIS2, and I'm sure that you can add also many more acronyms, which will be in the future. And for us, today, tomorrow, and the next day, we have the biggest challenge to implement this regulation as good as is possible, because always the first regulation, the first implementation is most permanent. It's very difficult to change after years the procedures. But not only the legislation is important. We also need the smart people. So that's why I'm talking on behalf of EU, but I'm not working in the European Commission. But I feel, the part of this process. So on even the IGF level, we have a call for action, building a hub for effective cybersecurity skills with the DC IGF. Also, we are very much involved in safer internet. Also, we have in ASK special anti-disinfo department, which is quite new, and we are building the new ISAC for anti-disinfo. And I can only, because my time is almost finished, I can only finish this with this Chinese proverb once again, and say that the best time to plant the tree was years ago, and the next best time is now. So I want to invite you to go into cooperation, not only with NASC, also with this EuroDIG level and IGF level. I'm sure that we are able to change the world, the regulation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maciej. Yeah, you can take the mic with you, actually, and take your seat. Lots of regulation coming up. Goodness, I hope we have even more smart people than the number of list of acronyms that we've seen there. The third person intervening in this session is Jenny Matikainen, or Jenny. Sorry, Jenny, from Finnish Broadcasting Company. Jenny, please come up on stage. Oh, you're here. I thought it was, okay, fine. There you go, tunnel vision, I don't know. I'm starting to get old. If you wish, or if you wish to have a handheld mic or something, you can go ahead.
It's more natural for me to hold the mic in my hand.
And you're going to comment on everything that you've heard so far and more.
Yeah, I have some comments, what I heard. Thank you for the very interesting presentations, and just some comments from the point of view of journalism. Just a little bit about my background. I work as a foreign correspondent in the YLE, which is the Finnish public broadcasters. I used to work in China before, but since the pandemic, I got back to Finland, and I've been working in Ukraine during the full-scale invasion, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. I can't even keep the count anymore, but I guess the topic was about protecting people, and I guess like journalism is one of the main way to protect people. It gives voice to people, and it also keeps people in the other end informed about what's going on. And I think this war, this Russian invasion, it has been, because these days there are so many information available, it makes the work for a journalist both very easy and also extremely difficult. Because not only you can make stories when you go to Ukraine, but you can also make stories from the desk, because you have access to footage, you have access to stories. But it also makes it very difficult, because those stories, for a journalist point of view, they're always very luring. You want to tell those stories, you see interesting pictures that you wish to publish. But as we heard already, journalism is also about rules, and we always need to remember what to publish. Do we know this is even close to the truth? Does anyone else say the same thing? And I often get asked, why is this story all over the internet, but it's not on YLE's website? And there is one good answer, that we can't publish anything. We always need to know, where is the information from? Has anyone been double-checked saying the same thing? And my other notion comes from my trips to Ukraine. I've been working in very many countries in different kind of like crises and situation, and I have to say that I was very surprised when I went to Ukraine for the first time. It was quite soon after Bucha was liberated, and I was thinking, we go there, we ask questions about people who have lost everything, and we go there with our cameras, asking questions, how are you, what's going on, what happened? And I thought they were like, why are you, like, go away, we don't want to share our sadness, we don't want to share our tragedy. But I was so surprised about everybody being so welcome, wanting to tell their stories, or taking our hands and tracking to see their house as well. And I just kind of like, it struck me, because that was my first time in Ukraine, even in the peace times, that people in Ukraine, they do understand the power of journalism. They want to share their stories because they know what journalism can do. It can share the information to people in Finland, to people in different countries, people in all over the world. And my last point is that it's rather, I can't say unpopular, but I've noticed that because this war in Ukraine for us Europeans and probably everyone in this room today, it's very black and white. We know who's attacking, we know who's been attacked, but as journalists, we still need to keep asking those questions for the both sides. We can't even take the Ukrainian or the pro-Ukrainian narrative as such. We need to ask, where is this information from? We need to double check. We need to get to the bottom of the information. I think doing strong journalism, keep asking those questions, those difficult questions, is the best way to protect democracy and the best way to keep standing with Ukraine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to give this mic over to Tanya now.
And we're going to go from the stage to you. If you have questions or comments, please raise your hand. We will collect them in batches, I think 2, 3, 4, and then give the speakers the opportunity to address anything you asked. So let me just go downstairs because I cannot see hands from there.
Wait a minute. So I have to also speak. Does this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this works. So that's pretty cool. So I'm also going to go down on stage from the stage.
Anybody wants a microphone? Here.
Hey, name is Raul Plummer from the Electronic Frontier Finland, and I wanted to ask the speakers that how would you feel about making some kind of legal allowance for DDoSing Russia? Attacking them over the networks, like, you know, in the case of ICANN, that's like the technical layer that we don't really want to mess with, but maybe we can disrupt the Russian communications by some other means. But currently, like for example, in Finland, the law doesn't allow DDoSing anyone, but maybe some exceptions could be made. How do you guys feel about that?
We will see who will take this bullet, but before we are going to give microphone to other people.
Okay, hello, Maarten Botman here. My remark, particularly for the journalist. Journalism is so important nowadays, and as a journalist, you're also a human being. So it's so difficult not to take sides. So how do you deal with that? And a remark with that, I've been very impressed by a presentation by someone from Bellingcat.com, who is actually checking stories and giving extra confidence to citizens that what they see is true. How do you deal with that? That's the question.
One more question.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Katya. I'm also represent EuroDIG here. My question is maybe a little bit specific, but I think it's important to address. As we know, it's obvious that after the invasion to Ukraine, a lot of people speaking Russian has also faced some kind of discrimination. But it's important to understand, I think, that Russian language is understood in many countries and shouldn't be associated with the Russian Federation as it is. So my question is both probably to the journalists, for example. I know that Wiley has also Russian version of the website. How do you consider like this situation, if it's needed to still broadcast news in the Russian language? And also like from the perspective of the Council of Europe, like what is the stand in regards to the Russian language nowadays on like the international level and how the politics should move in this direction? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. And Olivia, shall we get back to the panel and ask who wants to speak first?
Let's. Go ahead, Jenny.
Couple of questions considering journalism. I'm sorry, it's like a little bit hard to hear here, so I hope I'm answering the question that you posed. But first was about, I guess it was about how to be objective and not picking sides. I have to say, and I now speak only from my personal point of view as a journalist, not for our companies or the whole system, but I guess this is a situation when you kind of, I take it always back in a way to the basic values, that there is some bottom line that you should not cross. And it's like, if we are a public broadcaster which is working on a taxpayers' money, it goes back to the democracy, it goes back to the human rights and the right to be informed. So I guess there is this bottom that you don't go under. And in a way, when you think what you are, our role is to let both sides to be heard, but of course, if there is somebody is obviously lying, you need to put that in the context. You can't there's also kind of like answering to the next question that, of course, we have been thinking about a lot. How will we publish Putin's speeches? We need, the Finnish audience needs to be aware what they are saying, but we always need to put it in the context. And I guess that's a dialogue in our heads, in our office every day, so there is no a simple answer to that.
Thank you. Menu?
Yes, I'll try to take up some of the challenging questions asked. Maybe around the DOS attacks, I think in times of crisis, it's very important to keep international standards, rule-based approach, and respecting of the basic principles. For example, on the internet, which previous sessions were discussing about, but also how do we interact between humans and between communities. So while it's very tempting to use certain tactics because the other side is using it, the question always is, what's the consequences and what does that say of us trying to uphold an international legal framework that serves to provide everyone access and everybody enjoyment of human rights and democracy and the rule of law. I know it's not necessarily always the case and always working, but if that's the strive that we have, what's the responsibility to actually commit to doing that ourselves? Specifically from the state agencies, I would say. But this is an area for much more discussion. I just wanted to zoom in on the last question on Russian language, use of Russian language and Russian-speaking minority groups. I think this is a concern for the Council of Europe that it is following for a long time, well before the war of aggression started. For example, the Framework Convention on National Minorities has issued several country monitoring reports, and there's also the Language Charter for regional minority languages that is following the consequences. I think there is sincere concern about the instrumentalization of language of minorities and minority groups for national politics and nationalistic politics. But there's also questions about the importance of access to information in minority languages. And we see now Russian language news platforms being closed down. While there are legitimate reasons for that because of the information that they're spreading and not good journalism standards, etc., the question raises the communities that benefited from language in Russian language, what information do they have now? And are we providing necessary information in the national minority languages to make sure that everybody in the community, in the society, has proper information and can make informed decisions? So I think the importance of respecting minority languages is very important because it's part of promoting human rights and promoting understanding of the situation, so actually mobilize them to support human rights standards and democratic societies.
While you have the mic, you had a slide in your presentation that focused on hate, and I mean, isn't that free speech?
This is a classical question: where does freedom of expression and the right to assembly end and hate speech start? And I think the recommendation that I mentioned on combating hate speech, adopted last year, gives a very broad understanding of what hate speech is, but then delineates hate speech that's liable under criminal law, under civil and administrative law, or other harmful expressions. And I would recommend you to read it, because I think it's very clear that at some point freedom of expression is not an unlimited right. There's very clear moments when it should be and can be restricted, and it can be criminal liability consequences if you overuse it. We also need to protect the rights of those who are targeted. So it's a balancing act. And I think the question is, how do you make that balancing act? And we need education, training, and awareness to make informed decisions on how to balance the right to express grievances and opinions that we don't all share or we find even grieving, and when that crosses the line into arguably attacking, undermining the human rights and dignity of others, which is not acceptable. So that balancing act is something that journalists need to learn, it's something that the courts need to apply, and actually every citizen needs to be able to do that, to make an informed decision about what can I share, what shouldn't I share, and how do I navigate the internet?
Thank you. And Matthias, your feedback on the questions and comments that were expressed just a moment ago.
I can only add that, we cannot give, the simple answers on the simple questions. This time are finished. We have to be flexible, because the rules are not so clear. Rules can be clear, but and should be clear, but the situation are very difficult and they are changing all the time. So we have to be open for flexibility and prepare the future-proof, so-called future-proof regulation, as you have called them, balancing regulation. They also should be flexible because, and we always should be ready for judging, the situation. And I think that from the years from the GDPR. We have very much popular the so-called risk-based approach. And we always have to bear in mind where we are, and even the same situation for the first look are not necessarily the same, so it's not so easy.
And whilst we collect more questions and comments from our participants, I've got one more question for you. You've come up with an impressive array of acronyms. ICANN would be very proud of you. They love acronyms. So there's so many acronyms about laws, regulation, things that are currently being put in effect. What, in your words, in your view, are the most significant changes that we're likely to see? And this as a response, just as a tweeted response, the maybe 3 most important things that we need to think about.
I can see that there is 3 minutes or 3 hours for the answer. I have seen this.
No, you don't have 3 minutes. You probably have 30 seconds. They've made a mistake by 10.
And even not 3 hours. Okay.
Okay.
Seriously, I think that that very important is that we have the new definitions, which are sounds very simple. Like we have the definition of the search engines, internet platforms. We'll have also the contact with the ISPs, and we'll have what will be also very, very important. We'll have the so-called digital services coordinator, and maybe that will make the regulation efficient. Because now they are not efficient. And what is most important, we'll have the one regulation for the whole EU, and that will be challenging for the companies not from the EU.
Thank you.
Very much. More hands, more comments. Do I see anything? If I don't see any hand right now, I might use my moderatorial superpower and ask you a question. We know already from the case of war in Syria and some other wars that when you put the pressure on the platforms to remove certain type of content, they also remove content related to war crimes, documented war crimes by victims and sometimes by perpetrators, by aggressors. Do you have any answer to how do we ensure that this content is not taken down, that this content is preserved once perpetrators will have to face the justice? And I will see, are there any more hands? Great.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but since no one else is making this question, I think it's an important one. So how do you set actually, do you draw the line between disinformation, hate speech, and freedom of opinion? Because I think that's the hard part. And there have been, and sometimes the strategy of having a broad definition of hate speech is counterproductive because it turns people that, for example, voice the classic non-violent passive view that both sides taking up a war are wrong, and I disagree with that. But I mean, they are treated as, people say, why should we let them speak? And this makes them a victim, and then they get more followers, and their views are actually heard more. So are we sure? I think this is the really hard question. Where do you draw the line?
Do we have one more question? If no, I suggest we will go back to the speakers, because if each of them has only 1 minute, we don't have much time left. Or did you have okay, good. So shall we just, who wants to start?
Maybe I start to finish referring to the last question maybe first. This drawing the line, the recommendation takes a broad definition of hate speech for a purpose, because limiting hate speech to only that which is criminalized misses the point. That there's huge groups that are targeted, which not necessarily is illegal. It might be lawful, but it's still awful. So even if it's lawful speech, it doesn't mean that we can't take action. We can provide support to the victims, stand with them, acknowledge their participation in society, that they're a member of society, that what's being said, which basically denies their rights, is not acceptable. So there's many other steps that can be taken against expressions that might be lawful, but yet very awful. When it comes to hate speech that is criminalized, that follows the principle of liability, should be very clearly regulated and very much embedded in international standards. And if you look at paragraph 11 of the annex of the recommendation, it clearly specifies how it connects to the International Convention on Genocide, the War Crime Convention. So it is not tread lightly to say something should be criminalized. So it is very clearly outlined what type of hate speech should be falling under criminal liability. So the balancing act is here very important. So that's in acknowledgement. The balancing act is very important. And we should also guard for states treading too lightly when it comes to the legal framework on hate speech. So this is very important. This is why democracy, rule of law, and human rights always must come together. We need to protect this as a threesome. About the information, how to preserve information regarding war crimes and takedown, this is a very important question about how do you cooperate with platforms, and how's the cooperation organized between prosecution services, the platforms, and the general good, because some content can be very harmful, illegal, and should be taken down as soon as possible, because it has a huge impact on those who are targeted or the wider community. That does not take away responsibilities to preserve evidence and information. And this is where a very clear system needs to be in place where prosecuting officers make quick decisions to maintain, retain information that is then later accessible, etc. And this is something that we need to think about ahead of a crisis and not during a crisis. We need to have a very clear legal framework which organizes how companies, the states, and also other key actors, researchers, NGO society that does a lot of documentation of war crimes, for example, how do they all interact with each other? And this should be thought through before the crisis so that we can fall back on a very clear legal standards which are embedded in human rights law and actually proactively address the issues that we are facing. Afterwards, we can always learn and improve. But in a crisis, we need to act, but we need to act within the law and within the human rights understanding.
Thank you very much. And I know that these rights are going to turn red soon. So, Jenny, do you want to have the next one? And, yeah, if you have anything to add.
Just a quick comment about the war crimes. Journalists are often the first ones on the sites, and I just want to mention that, like, the footage and the pictures we gather, they can also make an input. And another notion about hate speech, and that's also a threat to journalism. And I just want to say that, like, to kind of like to help journalists to stand strong and still be able to do their job. It's just a message to the lawmakers that we also need to be defended.
Thank you very much. And Maciej, do you want to have the last word? I think we have time, right?
Tanya, I think, well, the lights haven't gone red actually yet. And I just wanted to mention that we also monitor what's going on online. And I believe there's no comments or questions at the moment, are there?
Nothing.
No. Okay,
then we can safely go to the speaker.
So I think that you know the regulation, like a standards, we can divide on the bad and very bad, and usually no one is fully happy, satisfied. So we have to accept it and you know, and go ahead.
Thank you.
And plant the trees.
Can I use my superpower to extend for 1 minute, because I saw a hand from Patrick there, and
No.
if this is important, I can give you a microphone.
No one can fight your superpower. Well, you know that, so go ahead.
Thank you, that's very kind. No, just wanted to compliment on what Menno is saying. There is, of course, the cybercrime additional protocol on electronic evidence, and I think that is important to note. There are some standards available. The second thing is on the question of Russia. The Council of Europe has taken a decision which it has never taken in the past. That is to work with the government in opposition, in the government in exile of Belarus, and we continue to work with the government in exile of Belarus, and we also decided to actively work with civil society in exile of both Russia and Belarus.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes.
I just would like to comment. It's really extremely important to have journalism help to raise our voices, but we just now had previous sessions with participation of so-called I-STAR organizations, and all of them have representatives of citizens, of end users, but the approach of all such I-STAR organizations are quite different, and it's very important to hear our voices, and please do that.
Thank you very much, and actually I must admit I'm very happy that we heard your voices in addition to voices of our speakers. Shall we wrap up? I see Nadia standing there looking at me. Give yourself and speakers in the first turn, the huge applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the speakers, but also thank you very much to the moderators, Tatiana and Olivier, for their wonderful moderation of this session. So now we conclude main topic 1, and we were really pleased to see the amount of engagement that we had on these issues, and I certainly do not believe that this is going to be the end of this discussion, and I encourage you to do look at the EuroDIG messages that are being drafted by Adriana at the Diplo Foundation. Tomorrow at the end ceremony, you will be able to look at the EuroDIG messages and make some comments about whether or not there's kind of a rough consensus about the developments that we were and of the discussions that we were having today. So I do encourage you to come and join us then. Then for the next session, we will start again at 2:30. And the next main topic will be internet fragmentation, and we hope that you will join us. Until then, I would like to give a kind few housekeeping notes. I hope you're joining us tonight at Tampere City Hall for the reception. However, if you are wearing a badge which is handwritten, you need to go back downstairs to the registration desk before 5 p.m. to pick up a city reception badge. And then something else, we have this beautiful Steinway & Sons piano standing on stage. If you would like to play during lunch and just enjoy the music, please do come and play, and please do come and listen. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you back here at 2:30. we're doing Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I hope that you had a really nice lunch. It's really, really lovely to be here at the beautiful Tampere University in Finland to be able to have EuroDIG. My name is Nadia Chachia, and I'm your host here in the main auditorium. And joining you online, connecting you with on-site, is Virginia Balcinaite. So before I start, I would like to give a little bit of a housekeeping note. I hope that you're thinking of joining us this evening for the reception in the City Hall. However, if you have a badge which is handwritten, please go to the registration desk downstairs so you can get a city reception badge, so we can make sure that you can come and join the fray. Also, what we would like to add is that we have the most beautiful Steinway & Sons piano on stage. If you would love to play during one of the breaks or tomorrow morning, please feel free to come and join us on stage and have a little bit of music. We would love to know what kind of music inspires you so you can be part of the fray. So without further ado, I would like to introduce main topic 2, internet fragmentation. These sessions examines the risk of global interoperable networks splintering into isolated islands and to what extent it has already been realized. Avoiding fragmentation is professed as a common goal. But it may mean different things to different actors and at different layers of the network. Autocratic governments try to close their information space for political reasons by all means, but even well-meaning efforts by democratic ones may have unintended consequences and lead to fragmentation. I would like to invite you to have a look and join us on screen is President and CEO of the Internet Society, Andrew Sullivan. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon or good morning for me. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you in person, but I was traveling for a different purpose and I couldn't make it in time. In any case, it's wonderful to be here. Unfortunately, I have, to be the bearer of bad news, though. And it is not merely that the internet is fragmenting or that we are seeing splinternet or any other thing like that. Because what these terms mean is something quite different. What it means is that we are losing the internet. And we need to face that reality in order to confront it. The internet is technically astonishingly robust. We have made a reliable network out of unreliable parts. That is some kind of genius engineering effort. The way we did it was mostly through 3 things. One was massive redundancy. We use large numbers of different kinds of systems in order to interoperate with one another and provide the values of the internet. A second thing was an open network, a network that anybody can join by using a bunch of techniques. And those techniques, the third thing, are the open protocols that mean that you can join the internet and participate in it without any central coordination. There is no boss of the internet. This was an inspired technical decision, but it produces a paradox, and that is that the internet is politically fragile. It depends on the idea that everybody thinks that connecting to the internet, everybody who is participating in the internet at least, thinks that connecting to it and having everybody else connect on similar terms is a good thing. And that is the thing that is starting to fail us. So we see examples of this all over the world. We used to worry, of course, about authoritarian governments who didn't like the internet because they were afraid of the reality that it allows people to speak freely. But now what we see are people who are attempting to fragment the internet, sometimes by accident and sometimes on purpose, because of nationalistic goals, because of local interests, because of the kinds of prior entrenched economic interests that the internet threatens. And so what we see are policies that are chipping away at this smooth experience. Remember, underneath the hood, the internet is made up of all of these different networks participating on an even footing. That was exactly what we intended it to be. But the result, of course, is that you have this smooth experience because all of the protocols interoperate and it looks like one thing. As we erode that experience, as we erode the ability of the common networks to work with one another, we start to lose the things that gave us the internet in the first place. And that really is what fragmentation is all about. This is actually the reason that the Internet Society has worked hard to create the impact assessments that we have. The point of internet impact assessments, just like environmental assessments before you build a road or a dam, impact assessments are intended to tell you whether you are going to damage the internet when you adopt one policy or another, when you decide that you want to make sure that some industry or other is unaffected by the internet and so forth. That's the reason we have them. But it requires the rest of us to hold governments and corporations who are interested in that kind of fragmentation. It requires the rest of us to hold them up to account, to perform those assessments of the activities that people are undertaking, and to try to make sure that we don't lose the internet. The internet is not going to break in a single step. Every time I talk to somebody and they say, well, we did this last thing and it didn't break the internet, I am unsurprised that it didn't break the internet because it is technically extremely robust. But the question we have to ask ourselves is whether we are drifting towards more connectivity, whether we are drifting towards an internet that works globally for everyone, or whether we are drifting away from it. Too many policies today are taking us in the wrong direction. And that is the sort of thing that each of us needs to make sure does not happen. Because if it does, we will lose the internet for everyone. Thanks very much. I look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. He has kindly agreed to take questions from the floor. So if you have any questions that you'd like to address, please do come to the open mic here in front and ask your question. Please state your name and affiliation. What a room. Everybody's still processing from lunch. Please, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, Andrew. It's Izan from EuroDIG and also former ISOC youth ambassador. One of the things that we mentioned in our youth messages that we presented yesterday was in fact impact assessments, because we recognize the potential for those to be used as a tool to make sure that we identify what the potential risks of a particular activity might be. And we think of it to be incredibly useful if there are other participants and stakeholders involved throughout that process. Could you give us some examples of impact assessments that have been used, especially the template that ISOC has made in a variety of different contexts, and elaborate on whether they have had the intended effect that you would like them to have? Thank you.
Thanks. So on the final question, have they had the effect that we wanted? Well, not as much as we would like. Because we continue to see these various bad policies being adopted in various places. So that's always a risk. And yet we do see that that the impact assessment tools allow us to identify challenges before they happen. So a number of examples of this are various impact assessments that are published on the Internet Society website, including two. I'm going to be cheeky and use two that are not from Europe, because we've also got some from Europe, but I don't want to attack anybody's favorite policy, so I'm going to use ones that are not from Europe. One example is a Canadian policy. I'm in Canada, and this law was Bill C-18, which is the Online News Act. The Online News Act is intended really to protect the news media in Canada by taking, who are suffering from the lack of advertisement that they used to depend upon. So that what they want to do is take money from two very large advertisers in particular. The targets really are Meta and Google. And the minister has said that openly, so I don't feel that I'm naming anybody, sort of out of turn. And the idea is you just transfer money from one group to another. But of course, Meta and Google have basically said, well, if this is what you want to do, we're just going to block the news, the Canadian news sites on our platform. And they've certainly experimented with it. We don't know what the long-term effect is going to be. But what was funny was to watch the political reaction to this and to point out to people, look, we literally predicted that this was what was going to happen. It's in the impact assessment. We said, well, this is probably one of the things that people will do. And of course they will, because if the alternatives are millions of dollars of liability and fines, or lose access to a market of maybe 35 million people, it's fairly trivial for a corporation to make those kinds of decisions. So that's one example where we were able to predict those things. Another example was the Korean decision to implement some changes to their network payment schemes between large content providers and the local ISPs. When we did the analysis there, what we said was, if you're going to try to impose these charges, people are going to they're going to abandon the internet exchange market there, because you're creating costs for them that they won't have to bear elsewhere. And sure enough, the scheme went into effect, and almost overnight, peering moved from South Korea to Japan. And so what happened is the recipients of network data that were formerly peering in Japan, and therefore were able to get local access and increase the resilience of the system, and also were able to get low latency access. Suddenly, their access was across submarine cables, so more expensive, also slower. And this was again predicted by our impact assessment. So we try to do neutral technical analysis of what the consequences are for the critical properties of the internet. The entire point of these things is to say, here are critical properties of the internet, things that you need to have the internet at all. And here are other properties of the internet that are there to make sure that the internet thrives, that it's open and globally connected and secure and trustworthy. What does it do to these properties of the network? What does it do to these properties of internetworking? Any policy. That's all the toolkit is there to do. Anybody can use this toolkit and can perform their own analysis. It's a little tricky. You have to go through the details of the policy. So you have to analyze the policy carefully. But once you've done that, it gives you the tool to be able to look at it, independently and sort of with a clear eye, and recognize, oh, okay, somebody wants to do this thing, and maybe it is socially desirable or not, but what is that going to do to the internet? And it allows us to have a discussion about what the trade-offs are.
Thank you very much. There seems to be questions from the audience, but I'm feared that we have to go on to the second keynote. We also have Lisa Fuhr online, the Director General of the European Telecommunications Networks Operators Association, ETNO, and a member of the IGF leadership panel joining us. But I would first like to thank Mr. Andrew Sullivan for joining us today, so I would like to ask you to give him a warm applause. Lisa Fuhr, thank you for joining us. Please, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm in Denmark, and I wanted to be there in Tampere with you in person, but unfortunately, I got COVID, so I send you all greetings instead and join online. Since I last spoke to the EuroDIG in 2019, many things has happened. You all know we saw a global pandemic put our societies and also our economies to the test. We're also right now witnessing a global war, a global aggression on European soil, actually putting political structures and democracies to the test and causing untold human anguish in Ukraine and beyond. And as we watch AI leaps forward on a daily basis, is this a harbinger of smarter societies, or is it a threat? And throughout these epoch-defining events, technology and the internet are present. So I'm delighted to be back here with you representing ETNO. And I'm also delighted to be here as a member of the IGF Leadership Panel, a new body established by the UN Secretary General. Following this session, there will be a dedicated workshop looking at some of the effects of internet fragmentation. But as ETNO, and we are representing 70% of the investment in the telecom networks in Europe, we're extremely taking the open internet very seriously since many years now. And we are publicly supporting EU open internet principles. In the EU, there are laws since 2015, and they provide certainty to all sides, to the industry and civil society on what the rules of engagement are and when it comes to access to content. And what more, it goes without saying that a fragmented internet is a weaker and less secure internet and can result in lower cybersecurity standards. And at a time where cyber threats are increasing in number and in scale and in sophistication, combined with the ever-present use of the internet in all aspects of daily life, cybersecurity and open internet are fundamental. And as we discuss this topic today at EuroDIG, it's very important that we know what we're referring to. And Andrew took a part of opening this discussion. Internet fragmentation is not one single issue. It's a description of numerous instances where access to the internet is somehow limited. And this can happen accidentally or on person. It can happen at the infrastructure layer or at the application layer. I think that was exactly also the words of Andrew. As a member of IGF Leadership Panel, I'm also pleased to be part of a team that provide high-level input to internet governance and to be a strong voice of the IGF messages around the world. And IGF has exactly discussed internet fragmentation because it is a fundamental issue. And we believe it's key in internet governance. While we see regulatory policy and commercial approaches will differ around the world, active coordination across international boundaries is vital to ensure that fragmented approaches do not threaten the global reach and interoperability of the internet. So we need the integrity of global networks that require international policy dialogue as we have today and continued discussion on basic principles. We do connectivity as ethno business, so for us it's important connectivity is there, and to be connected is not only to be connected in order to have your businesses or public services, but it's also to be connected as a citizen and also to have the best infrastructure you have there today. So connectivity in Europe, we see as part of the basis of the twin digital and also green transition. So if we look at it, connectivity doesn't happen overnight. It needs the cooperation of governments, public funds, private sector, deployers of connectivity. All is essential to make sure funding and infrastructure rollout is going exactly to those places and communities that need it. So if we look at Europe, it's important to have investors, and this is also important globally. So investors need to have certainty that they're making a good investment, and connectivity needs meaningful, that needs to be meaningful, cannot bring risks such as undue government interference, the risk of network shutdowns, or top-down mandating of standards and protocols. And that's also why we as ETNO support an open internet, and we reject attempts to fragment the internet, including using top-down protocols. This is bad for investment, but it's also bad for achieving universal connectivity. I see times is running really fast, so I'm gonna do a few shortcuts here. But I want to say that in IGF in Addis Ababa, there was one important outcome, and that is internet fragmentation is not just something that happens in the physical layers of the internet. It happens also in other layers. And I think network plays a crucial role, but we need to protect and defend the rights and user experience of citizens and end users. So we need to look into also what the content providers put in the internet and the impact of, for example, autoplayed or video-based advertising, and also how to have a proper functioning of the internet. We look at data volumes that keeps growing. We need to make sure that this capacity increases is covered, but we also need to make sure that it is as efficient as possible. So it's good for network economies. It has a positive impact on sustainability footprints, but also we need to remember that the internet exists to create value for users, and it should be done in a responsible way. So anything on internet openness, avoiding internet fragmentation is not a simple question with a simple answer, and it's not one single party responsible for ensuring it. It is our collective responsibility to all of us. And I want to finish this by saying, I think there is another very important aspect of keeping the internet open and accessible and unfragmented, and that is why you're here today. I think we need to avoid top-down protocols. We need to maintain the strong multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. We need more than ever to collaborate and cooperate among the various stakeholders involved in the internet. We need the private sector, we need the technical community, we need the civil society, and we need the governments. And we must avoid that the level of internet governance decisions, at the level of internet governance, that decisions are limited, for example, to intergovernmental processes alone. And I know I'm preaching for the choir here. You're all convinced, but I think it's important we stand up and defend this model. And I'd like to call to action, because internet fragmentation is not new. It's been a threat for some time. And indeed, it's not a simple issue to define. But we need to continue to advocate for the transformative power of the internet, for global cooperation, for the education, societal and economic benefits, which digital technologies brings. So we need to make sure to speak up against attempts to fragment the internet wherever they may be. And let's remember that it's in the power of the many internet players to take up their role in protecting the open internet. So fragmentation just don't happen over a night, and it doesn't happen as one part of the internet at one of the layers. But I do have faith that today's multi-stakeholder bodies are the key to defending the internet as we know it, the internet as we develop it, as we preserve it, and as we use it more and more each day to the benefit of all. Sorry for being a bit long, but thank you.
Thank you very much, and absolutely it is important to have your keynote here today, so please do not apologize. But that will lead me straight into subtopic 1, which is understanding the risks of internet fragmentation. And I would love to invite the moderator, Tatiana Tropina, to come join me on stage to start off the first session.
Thank you very much, Nadia, and good afternoon, everyone. And I would like, first of all, to introduce our speakers. And I would like to invite to this stage Julf Helsingus, who is RIPE Cooperation Working Group co-chair and also the chair of Finnish chapter of Internet Society. This is the only speaker on site today. He might feel a bit lonely, but not so lonely because we are joined by 4 amazing stellar speakers. And first of all, we have Sheetal Kumar from Global Partners Digital, who is also a co-lead of the Policy Network on Fragmentation at the Internet Governance Forum. We have also Zoe Hawkins, who is the technology and policy specialist. And by the way, she wrote an amazing piece on internet fragmentation. It's in your reading list for this session on the wiki. If you have not read it yet, please do. And last but not least, we have Elena Plexida, who is the vice president for IGO and government engagement at ICANN. And before I will start with asking speakers these questions, I just want to follow up on what Andrew and Lisa said and explain a bit the setting of this session. Both of them mentioned that internet fragmentation is something that is very hard to define. And I must tell you, in the last year, I attended event after an event on internet fragmentation, and the discussion is frequently stuck in the definition, how various stakeholders understand fragmentation. And the first question is, what internet fragmentation means to you? Guess what? I'm not going to ask this question. I want to approach this all conceptually from the point of risks, and this is what session is about. And I would like to ask every speaker to make your first 3-minute statement on what are the dangers of internet fragmentation you are trying to address. Basically, what is your cause? What are you trying to prevent? And do we have speakers online already? Are they connected? Yeah, right. So if I may start with Sheetal and her IGF work. Sheetal, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. I hope you can hear me there in the room and online as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So I just wanted to tell you that I will be speaking in my personal capacity, in fact, drawing a lot on the work of the PNIF and the insights, expertise that I've gained speaking to so many of you there in that bottom-up process, which we believe has provided a useful framework or conceptualization in 3 main areas of what people refer to when they're talking about fragmentation tends to refer to either fragmentation of internet governance, forms and processes and coordination, or user experience, or the technical layer. So I won't go into that now because you said we don't want to talk about that. But what I wanted to say is that, recognizing that there are all of these conceptualizations, we think it's a useful framework because it provides a bit more detail about what we're talking about. It highlights that fragmentation, to speak to some of the questions on the Mentimeter, is not the same as decentralization. It's not about increased diversity. It's about the internet, whether infrastructurally and likely infrastructurally over time at some point, if current trends continue, as it evolves, is very different to what we have now, where the locus of control is moved away from the user, where people cannot access the information that they want to, where information doesn't flow freely, and it cannot function as an enabler of human rights and economic growth. So, I think what's very important, and I know we have a hard stop, is to say that we're not, and I have some points about, what could lead us there, and from the PNIF, some of the main elements of risk and concern we have heard come up in our discussions. We're not saying that the internet was ever perfect or doesn't have elements of concentration and centralization and where the user doesn't have control. But we're talking about getting to a place that's further away from the internet as an open, interconnected, interoperable space, a network of networks, to something different. And that different thing is not an enabler of human rights and economic growth and everything that I've just said. And I think, the types of actions and measures that we see leading to that from governments, whether unintended or intended, are part of a steady process that, if they continue as they do, could have that impact. And that's what we're concerned about. So it's about a spectrum, it's about, process, and it's about the end result being something very different to what we have now. So I'm going to stop there because it's coming to but happy to be more detailed about the types of actions and measures, as I said, unintended or intended, that could have this cumulative effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheetal, especially for watching the time. And I think that we will talk a bit more about the technical side of this because we have at least 2 people from the technical community in this room and online. But before that, I want to go to Zoe first. Zoe, what is your concern, if any?
Thanks, Tatiana, and lovely to be with you all today. Sorry I can't be there in person. I'll just build off Sheetal's comments because it sort of dovetails quite nicely with what I was hoping to contribute. Sheetal sort of laid out some of the risks of fragmentation in terms of an end state and what that can mean for users that maybe can't access the same information as freely around the world. And one of the risks that I think about is how we might accidentally, as democratic governments, contribute to that outcome, potentially unintentionally. And it's around the fact that I think governments are now grappling with very valid domestic regulatory challenges around online harms, privacy, and the list goes on, as we're all very familiar with. And I think the conundrum that governments are facing is how to meaningfully address those responsibilities to their domestic populations through the reforms that we're seeing around the world, particularly in the EU, but if it's the UK online safety bill and the Australian equivalent as well. This is having an impact in terms of, I guess, an impression that it's giving a sort of message that might, to an outside observer, which I tried to articulate in the piece that Tatiana mentioned, you could step back and say, how does this fit with, and how does it reconcile with the sort of democratic narrative of open, free and secure internet and sort of a tradition of non-intervention from governments. And so I think the risk that I see is a failure to explain the nuance in when we talk about moving away from this question of is fragmentation good or bad as sort of a binary. Not only is the framework that Sheetal mentioned that sort of breaks down the different types of fragmentation really helpful, but I think even within that user experience layer, which is the one I'm referring to when speaking about these content regulations, I think we need to do a bit of work to sort of flesh out what do we mean by the type of intervention that we're okay with there and the one that we're not. And I think that sometimes we're relying on a bit of I know it when I see it sort of attitude, but I think we could really do some work to flesh out what is a good reason to allow for that slight disparity between regulations between jurisdictions that we're comfortable with, and when is that okay and when is it not? And I think working together to do that will be important so that the really important values that sit behind that international multi-stakeholder internet governance narrative can retain credibility, particularly for governments that are still trying to work out where they fall in that debate. And I think making sure that we can really explain how governments should grapple with those hard questions about how to be a good government at home, but also support a global internet. I think we need to equip those governments by doing the hard work to put some more language around a new narrative on what fragmentation looks like. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And Yulf, let me go over to you. You are the part of technical community. So shall we move from the user experience to more technical things? What is your concern?
Sure. I mean, of course, I share the concerns that of the previous speakers have already articulated about political, regulatory and other concerns. But I want to bring a completely different angle to this as somebody who has been involved in building and running networks for something like 40 years. And I do have to say, to me, it's always Groundhog Day. We seem to run into the same issues all over again, and it has to do even with the architecture of the internet. The internet was really designed as something where any computer could talk to any other computer, and they all kind of had the same value on the network. That was contrasted with the model that used to be around and keeps coming around every now and then, which is we sit at a terminal and connect to one central computer, or we log into AOL, and it's some central service out there. And what I would like to highlight is the threat of horizontally integrated players. Because what we all do now is we use the internet on things like these, which are dominated by a few big players, Google, Apple, to some degree, Microsoft, who not only determine what software runs on this phone, but they actually have their own network infrastructure, they run the servers, and the application you use actually uses their own protocols, which of course are open protocols. They have submitted them to IETF and so on, but still, where you have a basically direct pipe from this to the server, and they control it totally. It doesn't necessarily do a DNS search anymore. When you look for an address, it goes and looks what that Google server says or Apple server says, not what the open DNS servers on the network say. They have full control over the whole path and, in a way, move back to that old closed model where we suddenly are part of some closed central service which doesn't talk to the other ones. And this is, for us who run networks, a major issue, and I am afraid that it will become an issue for users as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuf. And Elena, I put you the last speaker intentionally, because somehow looking at the profiles of other speakers, I thought that you might connect all these layered approach to fragmentation. And as I figured out, Zoe comments about when fragmentation is good or not, that it's not binary. And now you've comments about walled garden even on the DNS level. Elena, what is your concern? What is the main danger for you?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Tatiana, for this difficult task. I don't think I can do it in 3 minutes, but during the discussion, for sure. No surprise to you, I will mention things that the previous speakers have apparently, I mean, I work for ICANN. I'm referring to the technical level, mostly, in particular. So ICANN, together with RIPE and the other RIRs and other organizations, IETF, it's a family of organizations, right, that give you interoperability. We work to maintain the global internet. So apparently this is our concern. This is our key focus. Our work is focused into avoiding internet fragmentation. It would go against everything we were created to do. Now, in our space, you have to ask yourself, what is it technically that gives you one internet? Because it is true, as everyone has heard, I'm sure, that the internet is not one. It's a network of networks. What is it that keeps it together? It's the unique identifiers, as they say, the names, the domain name system, the IP addresses, and the IP protocols, and the fact that they're unique. And they know no borders. They are global by nature. The internet grew at a point in time where we were moving from nations to globalization. We felt good with each other. If you will, this kind of sentiment and this kind of era is reflected in the internet itself as an invention and in its governance. Not only the internet, but also its governance, the so-called multi-stakeholder approach to its governance operates, if you will, outside sovereignty. There are no borders to that. Everyone comes together and everyone makes the policies for it. And that system, that governance enables and protects the global internet. Now that said, and now I think I will echo Zoe a little bit or a lot. The world is not the same place anymore. Geopolitics are becoming an increasing concern. We see tensions between international actors. In effect, these kind of tensions have started to, be seen or felt even at our level, at the technical level. Digital sovereignty is a top political agenda for good reasons, because governments need to do their job. But then you also see that getting all the way down to the fundamentals of the internet, which is what I'm talking about. And maybe, there, it doesn't make sense because we're talking about a global thing. There is no such thing as protecting my part of the internet, and I mean technically my part of the DNS or your part of the DNS. Either it works for everyone or it doesn't. We see sanctions over IP addresses, requests here and there in respect to the war. So overall, a politicization on the fundamentals of the internet, and that can endanger the very single nature of the internet. And I mean at this technical level again. If you drag geopolitics into geopolitical agenda, and that's what we see lately. I completely agree, I think, with what Liz was saying before. Internet fragmentation is not a new thing, neither is it a new discussion. What I find kind of new and worries me is how the world looks around us. So to me, the $1 million question is, will the global internet survive a fragmented world, if you will? And to add up to that, as we have to, governments rightfully so have to consider how to protect their citizens. I will echo my previous speaker. One concern I have is that we bring everything together, or when we're discussing, we tend to bring everything together. Content level and user experience level with a technical level, and do not really discriminate between the two. And that can be tricky. when we are having discussions about the global internet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elena. And I would like to open the discussion, so if anybody has questions or comments, please start forming the orderly queue. But we did, no orderly queue yet, you have no comments. But we did have a couple of questions on Mentimeter. And I think while our audience here, our participants think about their questions, I would like to go back to Mentimeter. I think that you addressed a couple of questions, or you addressed them partially already, but I'm going to rephrase them a bit and ask them still. So the first question about the whole notion of fragmentation, and I think Sheetal and Elena addressed this partially. So the question was that the whole notion of fragmentation makes very little sense because internet is fragmented by design. So it's some sort of not a bug, but a feature. So the question was, what is precise development you object to in terms of fragmentation? Because apparently it's already fragmented. And the second question is about the notion of diversity in the concept of fragmentation. So the comment there was, fragmentation is a slogan against diversity. What is bad about diversity of the internet? Anybody wants to speak about this? You can raise your hand on Zoom, I guess, right? Or shall I just call you? Oh, just wave at me. I can see you. Elena, you go first then.
Thank you, and I think others will compliment me, of course. No, by all means, diversity is necessary, and it is absolutely at the user experience what needs to be done. That's what the internet is supposed to be doing. We at ICANN are working for example, domain names in other scripts, and I mean non-Latin scripts, because the world needs to be diverse. Not everyone needs to be able to understand or speak English to go online, right? The diversity that we are worried about is at the technical layer. Again, at the layer where you have the networks of networks brought together. Because if you don't have that, you don't even have the basis. Then we are split into different networks that do not speak to each other. So, problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. I know that you've wanted to answer as well, but why don't we take 2 more questions from remote participants and then sort of you can address something and we go to speakers again. Yes,
perfect.
Virginia.
Thank you. So the first question was, what kind of development is seen regarding the balance of free and distributed internet versus needs to make it more efficient and controlled? And the reason the person is asking this is that all human systems that evolve thrive towards efficiency, which is more tightly controlled processes. That control usually includes security and safety aspects, and due process and control efficiency expectations pose a risk of fragmentation and how to manage this phenomenon in the larger sense. And the second question was directed to Yulf. What could be done to prevent the internet splitting into a number of big walled gardens?
Thank you. So let me go to you first. So we have diversity, we have efficiency, we have fragmentation, and we have everything else. You pick up the question you want to answer.
I can actually try to answer a couple of ones off in one go. Yes, on a technical level, the internet is extremely diverse. We run the networks on wireless links, satellites, so fiber, copper, carrier pigeons, you name it. But the idea is that we have then, on the IP level, one uniform network where everybody has the same address space and can address anyone. The problem is we even broke that model long ago. We ran out of IPv4 addresses, so we had to invent network address translation, where whatever address you happen to have actually isn't a global address. Then DNS started fragmenting, in that what you actually got from your DNS depending on whose DNS server you talk to. And the answer could be very different. Often there were good technical reasons, and efficiency was one of the reasons. Because suddenly the DNS could direct you to the most efficient server, the server closest to you. But of course, we opened the floodgates for directing it wherever. So what can we do about these horizontal silos? Well, one is, of course, to insist on open standards, also trying to actually encourage diverse software environments, diverse technical environments. But it is an uphill battle, I admit that. We have allowed some technical giants to, as the saying goes, get too big to fail.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Zoe, I think the question about efficiency and security and evolving systems spoke very well to your initial points. Would you like to address any of them or that in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. The thought that was coming up in my mind when you was just talking about the issue of centralization and the sort of big tech giants that might be involved. And I saw some comments in the chat about people being more concerned about that than fragmentation. I think what's interesting is, and tying this into the diversity point, there is a reality, as Elena mentioned, that we are living in a different political climate right now. There is pressure on governments to address some of these issues. And in doing so, that in many cases, the burden of the compliance for the regulations as designed is so high that it actually is possibly exacerbating this centralization, because it's really the bigger players that are able to kind of comply in many cases, and it makes it a bit harder for that sort of more diverse landscape. So I think we've got to think about how all these issues play together, and how solving one problem in one place can actually make it harder for there to be competition in another space for smaller players. That was my comment on concentration. And just another comment that was about, that I think Elena made about the geopolitical context and how some of these discussions have been politicized. I just really want to underscore that, because I think while there are definitely valid policy problems that governments are grappling with at home, I certainly feel that it has become quite a retail politics issue that kind of harms on the internet. And so separate to more hard security issues around geopolitics, I think that some of this sort of like safety online and, misinformation and these kinds of things, whilst very valid issues, have become kind of political hot topics that I think governments feel the need to be seen to be doing something on. And that is probably contributing to some of the slightly haphazard or rushed ways that some of these regulations are being designed, and that's probably contributing to some of these issues as well.
Thank you, Zoe. So instead of problem-solving solution, we are creating problem-creating solution. Right. So, Sebastian, I will go to you in a minute. I will just ask Sheetal very briefly. Oh, no. Okay. So let me do it like this. Sheetal, before we go to you, you will have the first word. But we are going to accept 2 interventions from the floor because I see the orderly queue. Sebastian, you go first, and then Vittorio.
And thank you for allowing me to talk. I wanted to take a little step aside. As end user, the fragmentation of internet, and I know that you can tell me that it's not internet, but it's on top of internet, it's a web, but end user don't make the difference. They talk about web, internet, and so on. My problem is that I am in one network, and one application, and I can't talk with my children. They are in other application, and for me that's the split internet, that I am not able to have exchange with the people I want to exchange. What can we do against that? Thank you.
Great question. And Vittorio, I'm going to take a question from you as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Vittorio Bertolo from Open Exchange, and I have many things to say, but I'm on next panel, so I will save them for later. I just had one question, which I really want to hear the answer, because, I mean, now I'm sort of confused. This morning was all about we have to stop Russian propaganda and disinformation. We have to block Russia today. We have to, I mean, even if people dare to write a Twitter with a hashtag like Zelensky is our criminal, that must be taken down. And now we are, no, all content needs to be global. There must be no content difference everywhere in the world. So I think we as a community have to understand what we want. Because the two things cannot be true at the same time. So either we believe in a network in which nothing ever will be blocked, or we believe that there are cases in which things have to be blocked, and by necessity, this will be local, because they will depend on the values of each country. And I mean, I like to make this example that in Europe we have countries where there's a communist part with the sickle and hammer in the parliament, and other countries in which the sickle and hammer is a forbidden symbol, and you're not even allowed to show it. And that's fine, because there are historical reasons for that. So how would you solve this problem, especially to the people that we're talking about, totally global content and no kind of content blocking and diversity?
I see two great questions here. First of all, how do we understand what we want? And secondly, what do we do about this? I will go to Shital first. To continue this discussion, Shital, feel free to pick up any question you want, but I also wanted to point out to the fact that you spoke that fragmentation is not about diversity. You said that fragmentation is not about, network being already fragmented. We can tie it out about what do we want and what can we do about this. Although I know that question, what can we do about this, is the next session. But let's open this discussion.
Great. Yeah, thank you for those great questions. I wanted to say that I completely agreed with Zoe earlier about the need to have a more nuanced discussion about all of this, which goes to some of the questions. And speaking from a human rights perspective, I think what we want is an open, interconnected, interoperable internet where we solve the issues arising from its use, from its politicization, from power concentration in a way that is aligned with the globally with the global standards on international human rights, which exist, which have been evolving, which are evolving to address the digital, technology, the changes arising from digital technology that is happening. We have to move more in that direction, and I think what we are seeing, unfortunately, is like I think Zoe said, an attempt to address problems in a knee-jerk and haphazard way in some ways, and even in democracies not aligned with international human rights law. If we saw more alignment with that, then I think we would see less of the type of fragmentation that we're seeing. And it's also very important for us to commit to, I think, common values and norms that relate to, for example, ensuring that regulatory frameworks do not create more consolidation in a way that impacts the ability for standards and applications to interoperate. I think that there's a lot that can be done, and that what we want to see is the internet not only maintained as an open network of networks, but evolving in a way so that more people that come onto it benefit from it as an enabler of their rights. I think that's possible because we have a framework already, or it's there, and we can continue to use it, and I think we must. There was something else that I wanted to say, which I can't remember. So I'm going to give up the floor now to somebody who has something to say. Thanks. I hope that was helpful anyway.
Thank you very much. We have a remote question, right?
2 more questions online.
Great. And if anybody has more questions, please just come to the microphone.
So the first question was, is the EU wanting to build a walled garden to keep their citizens' data within the EU only? But what happens if citizens visit a website outside of the EU and they don't comply with GDPR? And second question, reflecting on Job's comment again, on diversity of the internet at the IP layer, should developments like private relay, mask, etc., which allow companies like Apple and Google determine traffic routing, be regarded as an attack on the internet?
Do you want to speak about Apple and Google and diversity on the IP layer, and then we'll go to the rest?
Yeah, I wanted actually to pick up something that Zoe talked about earlier, and I just want to emphasize her message. So regulation tends to favor the big giants. They are the ones who have the efforts and resources to lobby politicians and turn regulation in their favor. They are also the ones who can afford to comply with the regulation. And regulation often actually keeps newer competitors away from the field. So it's almost like the only regulation I think the internet would need is actually anti-monopoly regulation. But that's a rather difficult issue to tackle. I also wanted to address Sebastian's question, which is an observation I'm sure we all have made. As a person of certain age, I face the problem that I talk to younger people and say, okay, how do we communicate? Email? We don't use that anymore. Okay, are you on WhatsApp? Oh, that's only used by old people. Don't you have a TikTok account? No, I don't. So yes, we have all these different islands already. And there I think we need to push for federated open means of communicating. But that's, again, as I keep saying, uphill battle as well. Whether we should actually regard the things Apple and Google are doing as actually trying to break the network and disturbances on the network, yes and no. They all make the right gestures about how their protocols are totally open and anybody could do it. Problem is, nobody can.
I find it very interesting that in most debates about fragmentation, we are talking about governmental intervention, and even here we have a question about sort of regulation breaking the internet. But in this premise, somehow we are going a lot into private players, big digital platforms, consolidations, walled garden. But I still want to bring it to one of the earlier questions about regulation, but in a more general sense, to Elena and Zoe. Can regulation break the internet? Would you agree with Yulf that the only regulation for the internet could be anti-monopoly, antitrust regulation, competition regulation? What's your take about this, this interplay between regulation and internet fragmentation? Is it a risk? Elena, you can go first. Or Zoe. Elena, you go first and then Zoe.
Thank you. Can regulation break the internet? And again, I need to highlight that the concern, at least from the technical side, is whether we break the internet at the technical level. And right now, the internet is not broken. We have one global internet. At the content level, yes, we have different islands. That has always been there. If you will, it's not my place to say that, but I tend to agree with the fact that the only regulation that might be needed for the content level, again, could be antitrust. That again, that's not for me to say or for a technical organization to say. If I may, I would say, and someone made the comment before, we have to make up our minds. What is it that we want at content layer? Because once we want that, then we want the other one. We have to make up our minds, and that's mainly for governments, if you will. At the technical level, I would say there is no need for regulation. As I was saying before, we're talking about a global system that works without knowing borders, and we're talking about the governance of this global system that, again, works, if you will, outside sovereignty. That doesn't mean that we don't need rules. We do need rules, but we need them the way, if you will, they're made now with everyone's participation. The engineers, the governments, the civil society, they all come together and they make the rules. And because they all together make the rules, then we globally apply them. We have a sort of common technical language that all the different networks speak, and that's how we have the global internet. If I may go more directly to your question, Tanya, and something to bring to the attention of everyone. Yes, we do see this trend that Zoe was talking about, real problems that are on the internet and that need to be addressed. So governments coming with more initiatives. A slight difference I see over the past couple of years, and it is due to geopolitics, and again, it's understandable, but it is a slight difference. We tended to see unintentional effects from regulation that was targeting the content level on the technical level. Lately, we also see intentional regulation that is targeting the technical layer, and it goes to your question and to the concern. Coupled with other things that, of course, are playing out from the world of politics. Thank you.
I will hand it over to Zoe to either talk about this or tell us what can be done. I know that this is the next session question, but I want still to answer it here as well.
I'm going to leave that hard question to our lucky next panelists and instead build on, I think Elena's point about the geopolitical context is really important. And as much as I'd like to agree with you about us being able to imagine a world where governments aren't intervening in other forms of regulation, I think call me a cynic or a pragmatist, but I think we've seen that ship sail, and I am not confident that we're going to see that sort of wave of tech regulation roll back anytime soon. And so I think the question for me then is, it's incumbent on us to think about how we do that, and I think not rely on a difference of narrative that is, it's okay because it's our regulation and that's the difference. If it's becoming harder and harder to see the fundamental differences of governments playing in spaces of moderating legal legal but harmful content. I think we're getting into an area where if governments feel compelled to do that, there's a very, very high burden of responsibility to explain how and why that's okay. And I know that I said this before, but I just really want to underline it, because I do think that failing to do so also creates a blueprint for other governments that we would say would do so with poor intent, right? But if the blueprint is there, it's very hard to argue against it. And I do also think that from my time in Amazon, I know that it gets frustrating and hard for companies that are finding it harder then to distinguish between, okay, well, in what context should I comply with various government requests that start to look kind of similarly interventionist in terms of content. And I think that's an interesting question in terms of if these private sector companies, which of course, as have been mentioned in this conversation, have their own role to play in a lot of the harms that we're seeing, but I think are often put in a position of adjudicating some of these questions. And I think in some contexts, we expect these private companies to take a values-driven stance when certain pressure comes from certain types of governments, but we don't expect them to do so with democracies. And I think that we need to be mindful of how clear that distinction is for those companies.
Thank you, Zoe. And I see a hand up from Shital. So Shital, you go ahead, but I just also wanted to encourage anybody who wants to ask a question or make a comment, please come to the microphone. Zoe, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, Shital, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to react quickly to that point I think that Elena made about the intersections between what can be happening in one place to another. And in the end, it goes to different people not being aware of what the result of their constituency having on another. And of course, in our interconnected world, it is very important to be aware of that. And she spoke about intentional regulation targeting the technical layer, the regulation of content that has an impact on the technical layer, whether unintended or intended. And that, I think, requires to go to what we can do for us to be more aware of these different impacts in the different constituencies in which we work. And those working in standards bodies, for example, can and should be aware of, I think, of regulatory developments and how they are impacting and where they can provide inputs and speak from their expertise in consultations. I think they should make policymakers aware of those impacts. And then policymakers as well should assess the impact of and test the impact of regulatory frameworks they're proposing, human rights impact assessments, the Internet Society's, Internet impact assessment are tools that can help do that. We have an obligation, I think, at this point, as we've discussed, there are threats, there are risks. Not all of them have fully manifested. But in order to make sure that we don't get there, I think we need to have more of that inclusivity, almost of the discussions that are impacting these different areas. Almost like as human beings, we need to work more like the network, And I know that's difficult because we're complicated and we have a long history, and there are all these like old institutions and dynamics and power things to think about. But I think that is where we want to get to. So we have some tools at our disposal, and we should be using them.
Thank you, Shital. Are there any questions in the room? I see none. Okay, I have a question to you all. Hearing all these discussions and the first two keynotes and what Shital just said made me thinking, aren't we preaching to the converted all the time? We are talking to each other all the time. And because we have no questions here, maybe this is the result of the fact that we are preaching to the converted. I wanted to ask you a question, all of you, and you have enough time to answer because we still have time left. You were very amazing with following the restrictions. Imagine that you go out of this virtual room, you go out of this EuroDIG room, what's your call for action? Talking to those who actually, in your opinion, are fragmenting the internet, or to those who can stop this fragmentation or stop what you call fragmentation. What is your call for action? What would you tell to them? What's your message? If I may, I know I didn't prepare you for this question, but here we go. Do you want to go first?
I'm going to be very quick. My answer is education.
You had 5 minutes and you didn't waste any. Zoe, what's yours?
I'll use more than one word, but it's a similar theme, actually. I think that, and focusing on the government angle to this problem, I think that making sure that cross-government people are speaking to each other, because I do think some of these issues actually come from different portfolios in government have different priorities. And I do think that it's often the people in the communications department or in the foreign affairs department that have a good grasp of these international internet governance debates and issues. And I think that cross-government education by those teams of the departments and parts of the government that are responsible for kind of the sort of defense and home affairs and national security and some of those places that these kinds of protect the domestic population sort of sentiment comes from, I think that might help avoid some of that unintentional harm that comes from some of this regulation.
Thank you, Zoe. And Elena, over to you. What's your call for action? What's your message to those who make these policies?
Yeah. First of all, I would say, I think Seital and Zoe said that before, or at least implied that it's not only those that are intentionally doing it. There's those that champion the open internet, champion the global internet, that not intentionally, but they're in the same boat, unfortunately. And that's something that we should not be shy to say to people, hey, that's what's happening. Maybe you want to reconsider, and I'm sure they will. But no, I just want to say it's not necessarily in some other space, in some other world, or something like that. What I would say that fragmentation, at least at the technical level, although it's a technical issue, it is more likely that if it happens, and I hope it doesn't happen, will come from the political world. So I would say to people, don't take the global internet for granted, because I feel that we're taking it for granted, that it's there, it will work, it will keep working. We take it a little bit like peace. We have forgotten how it is not to have peace, and we take it for granted, but you have to work for it. So I would say, protect it. Don't take it for granted. We need to all work together and protect it. And if we have to understand that if we see that happening, a fragmented, a broken internet at technical level, it's not going to be something that happens like that. It's not a switch. It will be death by 1,000 cuts. And we have to be careful of all these different cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. And basically, by the way, all of you who are participating here, I hope that you can take some of these messages and go to the wild world and project them if you believe in unfragmented internet. And Seital, over to you.
I was just trying to respond to a comment in the chat there. Sorry, trying to do too many things at once. But I think I would ask, what's your role in maintaining an open internet, and do you understand the impact of what you're doing, and how it might affect? Like, I think a lot of us have said this, might affect that, and that I think is most relevant for those where there is an unintended effect. Where it's intended, or where there's more of a nuance, perhaps that could relate perhaps more to corporate players. Not saying that it does, but where it could, where there's a gray area, I think we have to understand where it is perhaps more intentional, what we can collectively do, those of us who do agree that that's not what we want. And I understand that there's still some questions around that, but where we know we want to preserve an open network of networks, what can we do together to preserve that? So what's your role in maintaining it? Do you understand the impact of your actions? And what can we do together to address the impact of the actions of those who are intentionally trying to create a fragmented internet?
Thank you very much, Seital. And before I close this discussion, I want you all of you, to answer one question for me. Speakers, you too. Elena asks an interesting question, a vital question, an existential question somewhere at the beginning. Will the global internet survive the fragmenting world? If you believe it will, put the thumb up. If you believe it will not, put the thumb down. I see that for many of us, glass is half full. Hope is here. Thank you very, very much, everybody. And give our speakers huge applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers, but also our wonderful moderator, Tatiana Tropina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we'll now So we'll now take a 15-minute break, and we hope that you'll come back here at 4 o'clock to continue the discussion on subtopic 2, Internet fragmentation, what's next. And if you would like to play the piano, please feel free to do so to share your joy for music with us. Welcome back, everyone. Please, I do encourage you to take a seat. Do not stand. The seats are comfortable, the company is good. So we're really happy for you to be joining us in the second session, subtopic 2 of the main topic, internet fragmentation. Hello, everyone. I would like to introduce subtopic 2, internet fragmentation, what's next, and invite the moderator of this session, David Frautschi, the Senior Director for European Government and Regulatory Affairs at the Internet Society, to take the stage. Give him a warm welcome.
Thank you for joining this session. The previous one explained what are the different views on fragmentation, and this one intends to identify how to deal with it. When I was proposed to do the moderation of this panel, I took it with a selfish interest because I'm running a project at the Internet Society, co-running a project with a colleague, and we call it Protecting the Internet from Fragmentation. So I really wanted to understand the views from others so that I can incorporate these discussions of today into our project. So I'm going to call the speakers. We have 2 speakers on stage and 2 speakers online. So I see Itzan Khan from a representative of Joe of EuroDIG is right here. Vittorio Bertola, who was here before, but okay, when I see him, you're here, sorry. Please take a seat. And then online, we have Esteve Sanz, Head of Sector, from Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue from the European Commission, and Alexandra Dixon, PhD candidate from the Institute of Application and Security. Thank you for joining us today. I will give the floor first to Esteve Sanz, because he was first on the row. But before that, I just want to make a reflection, building on what Elena Plexida from ICANN said before. We are giving the internet for granted, that it's going to be there all the time, just like electricity or water supply. We live in a privileged world here in the Western countries where most of us can enjoy the benefits of accessing the internet and using it in our everyday lives. Perhaps because we give it for granted, we are not really aware of the consequences of or the risks of losing it. As it was said before, the internet is at risk. We might lose it as we know it today. And we need to make all efforts to raise awareness of this situation and combat it. So this is the objective of this discussion. So Esteve, please, I'm going to give you the floor right now so you can give your 3-minute punchy statements that should trigger the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for inviting us. I'm not sure I will be able to do punchy statements, being a very serious European Commission, but I'll do my best. This is not the first time that we've been discussing internet fragmentation, and it will not be the last one. Good thing about internet fragmentation and this discussion at this moment in time is that actually the Global Digital Compact has encouraged member states and the Commission to get into kind of official thinking about internet fragmentation. And this is what you all can find in the contribution that the EU has provided to the Global Digital Compact in the chapter Internet Fragmentation. And this is the product of an intense discussion with member states, with the Commission, etc., about what do we think about internet fragmentation. First thing about this statement is that we see the internet as a network of networks. So an element of diversity within the internet, it's intrinsic in the internet itself. And we should think about the internet as portraying, facilitating that diversity, and that's very important for us. But as David has said, there are elements that put the internet as such, the network of networks, at risk. And here the EU vision has several points that refer to different dimensions of this fragmentation and a bit of a proposal on how to handle them. There's an element of the evolution of the current model around the development, creation, deployment of internet protocols. This is the basic technological internet. We need to avoid internet fragmentation basically by respecting the multi-stakeholder organizations that create and manage those protocols as the core elements of this technical governance. There is a second element that relates to it, but it's more political, it's more policy. It's really the discussions, the global discussions around internet policy and how we set that agenda. This is the Internet Governance Forum. This is what we all decided has to be a place where all actors with different ideologies come together and discuss these things. This is very important. This, if we respect that model, we will avoid internet governance fragmentation. Then there is an element of digital markets. Digital markets need to remain open, but also contestable. And we have put forward some legislation that avoids that certain companies take advantage of network effects and really fragment the landscape of local players that might have similar ideas. We need to keep these open markets open, but also contestable. And in this way, we will avoid economic fragmentation of the internet. There is another part of fragmentation, which is the means. You need means to access the internet. This is the digital divide. The internet is not global. There are millions of people who are not yet online. We need to work on that. That's economic fragmentation that we want to avoid. And finally, perhaps the most important one, at the level of content, but also sometimes affecting the architecture of the internet, we have fragmentation because we have many sort of different policies and regulations put on top of the internet. We think that the common denominator that will avoid fragmentation at that level is human rights. The world needs to commit to design regulations that empower fundamental and human rights rather than the opposite. And in this way, we will avoid probably the most important thing for us and for any policymaker, which is the experience of the internet. Today, experiencing the internet in the EU is very different than experiencing the internet in an authoritarian country. And this is a very important dimension of fragmentation that we should not forget. Thank you.
Thanks, Esteve, for those views. You are right, the evolution of the current model. We talked about, on the previous session, about the power of large corporations and how they grab it, or try to grab the internet experience. So this was also addressed before. So now I'll give the floor to Itzan Khan, as representative of the EuroDIG. Please, which are your views?
Perfect, thank you. I'd also firstly like to thank Claudia Leopardi for inviting me to this, because this is a topic that is very close to my heart. Given that in this part of the session, we will be talking about the resilience side of things, the EuroDIG wiki asked two very important questions, namely, what is currently being done to avoid fragmentation? And number two, policymakers, how can they help to avoid fragmentation, both in the European context as well as broader than that? And I think there was a bit of overlap with what was said in the previous session, so I won't really repeat what was going on. But one thing that I wanted to be able to emphasize is that in the previous panel, what was being discussed was understanding internet fragmentation. And Tatiana made a very, very good point of not getting too caught up in the definitional side of things, and instead of trying to argue about whether something is or isn't internet fragmentation. For example, some people might say that a lack of meaningful access is internet fragmentation, whereas other people would say no, it's purely something to do with the technical protocols that underlie it. I feel that this is sort of missing the point of the discussion, which is that all of these things, irrespective of whether they are classified as fragmentation, have solutions to these sort of problems that involve a degree of global coordination. And an important part of that is understanding that there are certain things that inevitably will be very, very fragmented. I think everyone, or most people that I've spoken to at the very least, have this sort of view that the internet is sort of like this neutral conduit of information, whereas it's very clear that the internet has core values. We have a dynamic coalition on core internet values, and one of those things is to connect people together without much hindrance. Any intermediaries in the process should just be neutral carriers. And the fact that that core value may be opposed to some other authoritarian regime's core values. I'm not going to mention names, but there was a very interesting conversation about this level of plurality in a previous session, which talked about bridging or building, I guess, mutual trust between China and Europe on those sorts of things. It's important to recognize that the internet is very inherently political, and therefore the question of fragmentation is also very, very political. Not only at the technical layer, where it seems that everyone believes that, yes, this sort of fragmentation is bad, but at every other level of the stack as well. And so there's that need for harmonization and cooperation. And so the reason I mention all of this, really, and I understand that I'm running out of time, but the main aspect of what's being done right now is to really solidly understand what is causing this fragmentation in the first place so that we can address it. So the PNIF is developing a framework. We have internet impact assessments as well. And really at every single layer of the stack, there is a reason why some things are happening. And it's up to us to be able to identify those reasons, really navigate and engage in discussions with the stakeholders as to why they are committing the actions that they are doing, potentially recognizing or maybe inadvertently causing that fragmentation. For example, at the technical level, it could be that some countries are already isolated, and in an economic sense, they can't derive the economic benefits of the internet, and therefore they will just decide to separate themselves from the network. In other cases, it may be that they want to control information flows and so on. And so therefore, it's important for us to basically understand the reasons why it's happening. And there's a lot of work that's being done, both in the IGF intersessional activities as well as outside by organizations like the Internet Society and so on, to really dig deep into it so that we can try to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, San. Now let's go back online and let's give the floor to Alexandra so she can give her initial contribution. Please go ahead.
Hi, I hope you can see my screen. I shared a few slides.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to give you a direct example to all this fragmentation thing that everyone was talking about. So we have this critical global playground that we call the internet. And actually, as we know, the main purpose is like digital exchange. And nowadays, we're mostly using HTTPS. That means secure communication. Well, now we have this threat by a specific country, which most of you know, this malicious government, let's call it Russia. And due to this threat, a lot of Western sanctions leads to stop Western certificate authorities to offer the HTTPS services to Russian companies. Well, this leads to, of course, Russia to create their own domestic certificate authority. However, it remains untrusted by Western browsers like Chrome and Firefox and Safari. Well, not a problem, because Russia has its own browser that is called Yandex, which is trusted by the government and also trusts the new domestic certificate authority, which is a really critical issue from a technical perspective. Okay, and besides that, if you don't want to use the Yandex browser, there are a lot of Western certificate authorities like Let's Encrypt who said, we will remain neutral in this regards and do not stop offering our services. And also same applies to other really critical actors of the internet like RIPE and ICANN, as we already heard. They also announced to maintain neutral in this regard because they're a critical part of the internet and should remain working. Okay, and also a lot of other companies, important companies like Cloudflare, also announced to remain neutral. So, however, also the Russian user, which we could see here, cannot avoid all these issues because if they're sitting inside of Russian internet, they are automatically, most of the time, are using the Russian DNS or Russian ISPs, which are also controlled by the malicious government. So they cannot avoid all these technical issues. Okay, so we have this colorful playground here, and the user, which is in the middle of all this playground, don't have this certainty whether the website which it addresses with its browser is still trustworthy or maybe controlled by the government or civilians or whatever. Same applies to some communication partners, which let's say they are using a social network, which they try to talk to. They don't have the certainty that this is really the communication partner they wanted to talk to. So there are a lot of technical issues in this regard. Well, so what I wanted to say with this colorful picture is there's a big inner discord within the internet itself. So we should talk about what exactly is open techniques, what is public good, and how much might are we giving to proprietary services, which are part of this really, really critical infrastructure, which we call the internet. Thank you.
Okay, Alexander, thank you for these views of this example of fragmentation. And lastly, we go back here to the room, and I give you the floor, Vittorio. And from previous conversations, I know you have different views. Perhaps you can explain us.
Well, yeah, I think I'm sometimes seen as a heretic, but if I am asked what should we do to avoid internet fragmentation, I think that the first thing we have to do is to stop merging together too many conversations and too many problems that are really separate. So I think that, internet fragmentation started as a pretty clear concept, like keeping the internet unique at the technical transport level, at the system of IP addressing and domain names, and at the governance structures like ICANN and the IGF that are currently managing it. And this is really, really important. And we see that there are attempts to substitute some of these organizations with like other UN multilateral things. And these are, I think, negative for the internet. So, but I think that on this we can all agree. But then if we start throwing other things into this concept of internet fragmentation, then things become harder to agree with. And more and more people will, have doubts. So, there are, when we move to the user experience level, to the application level, there are at least two big families of issues that have been, at least proposed as part of this internet fragmentation debate. And one is fragmentation by the private sector, and I thank you for mentioning it. Like, I think this is actually in Europe the thing we are most familiar with. I don't know how many people here ever experienced political censorship of websites by their government in Europe. Depending on the country, I think there are no cases. Maybe you found websites blocked for breaking copyright or for CSAM or for whatever, but not really for blocking political opposition views. While it's everybody's experience, like being stuck into 10 different instant messaging applications because they refuse to interoperate with each with others, like email does. With email, you just get an address, you exchange email with everyone. With instant messaging, you need to install each and every application because they refuse to interoperate, even if technically it would be simple. Or like the mobile phones experience, in which if you have an Android phone and try to download photos to a Mac OS X computer, it almost doesn't work because Apple really would like you to force to get an iPhone. On the other hand, then there's the governmental fragmentation of the internet. And here there are claims that many different types of laws are fragmenting the internet. There's people that say the GDPR or data localization laws are fragmenting the internet. There's the debate on content that we already talked about. And then, I don't know if Andrew is still online, maybe he's following us. The two examples he gave in his keynote about internet fragmentation really are about two very democratic countries like Canada and South Korea, having through their democratic process in parliament deciding to impose like taxation and regulation over Google and Meta, and these companies say, no, we don't want to abide by your regulation and paying you taxes, and so we will just block our content and block our services. And apart from the fact that in this scenario, the people that are fragmenting the internet are Google and Meta and not the governments. But I really don't see why this should be considered fragmentation. It's mostly a business struggle between two different industries that, some want to get money and some don't want to have to pay that money. But I think that if we continue to conflate this kind of business interest and discussion discussions within the internet fragmentation discussion, then it will be harder to get alliances and support for the really important part, which is the technical one, and the support for the current governance structure. So I think we really have to rethink at the way we frame this discussion to make sure that we at least focus on the really important things.
All right, so we have different views, we have different perspectives, and we need to identify solutions, and apparently nobody really came to any of those. So let's try to trigger here a little bit the discussion. You mentioned, the issue of understanding what is the cause of fragmentation. You mentioned to some extent the idea of governments wanting to control, perhaps control the societies or control what they access. But at some point, the previous panel, we talked about the end of era of globalization. I don't know if we can make an analogy here if the internet and globalization are like chicken and egg, which comes first, or one is the result of the other. But without the intention to get connected on trade matters or geopolitical alliances, it seems that the internet would lose its purpose. Today we are witnessing countries getting out of this globalization trend that we experienced for the last 2 decades. How do you see the internet surviving, and what would people need to do in order to change this path?
I think that's a really interesting question. I mean, there was a Council on Foreign Relations report that came out recently that proclaimed the end of the open internet, and that we had to basically engage in these sorts of alliances that we see today. And I'm not entirely sure that that's going to be the case. Maybe I'm a bit optimistic about it, but there is a little bit of sort of like a great power struggle happening over here, because we're seeing on the one hand the Declaration for the Future of the Internet being signed by all of these different so-called Western nations, and then on the other side you have China with its Shanghai Cooperation Organization proclaiming cyber sovereignty to be the main sort of modus operandi for how the internet should be governed, and not really focus too much on multi-stakeholderism and the influence of multi-stakeholderism. But notwithstanding this sort of viewpoint that's consistently being projected in the news, there is a large number of countries that are basically known as the digital sort of deciders that haven't really taken a particular decision as to what kind of approach that they would take. It's sort of like a digital non-aligned movement, if you will. And I think that it is very, very important to have very strong, very tactical cyber diplomacy, because China is, for example, already engaging in this sort of activity through its Digital Silk Road and the Belt and Road Initiative and so on. And then the United States is consequently doing the same thing by expanding the number of countries that are signing up to the DFI. So I think cyber diplomacy is one very important way that this would happen. And I have no reason to believe why, if there are countries like China, for example, that are benefiting from the current version of the open internet, that if they would do something radical enough to change the underlying structure of it. I think most of the discussions that take place are on the user experience side of things and how that translates to issues of human rights, which is something that Esteve mentioned earlier, about how that should be the underpinning sort of principle for how we regulate, for example, online activities at the application layer as opposed to the sort of infrastructure layer. And one point I really want to make is that we should really, really focus on the communication of those principles and policies, because the very same things that are used in so-called democratic countries, and this is something that Zoe mentioned earlier, are exactly the same kinds of things that can be used by authoritarian regimes. And I think a really good example of this is, not to be crude or anything, but pornography, because it is the canary in the coal mine for how we treat content. There are many countries that would want to ban that sort of content. There are other countries that would have other potentially fragmentary things like ID verification, because it's all about the incentives that it creates for how content is accessed and where content is accessed from. So I think that those are a couple of important things that we may never really be able to harmonize, but as long as the underlying technical layer is still present, that holds some hope for the future, and perhaps maybe we can also learn to cooperate a bit more on how we regulate the content or the application layer as well.
Correct. You mentioned cyber diplomacy, and then I'm going to give the floor here to Esteve-san, because this is the field where he works, but before he can think about his response, I'm going to remind the audience here to, if you have any question, please stand up so that we can put you in the queue. Esteve, what about cyber diplomacy, and what are your views here?
Thank you so much. I mean, first, just let me say a word about this lack of consensus about the definition of what internet fragmentation means, what layer should we look at. I mean, this is, of course, a valid point. Maybe in the future, when we organize sessions on internet fragmentation, we should refer to one particular dimension so that everyone is in the same page, because if not, indeed, the overall conversation goes very broad. But there is value into having this broad perspective. As Alexandra has shown us very, very prominently, we have, from our own expertise, ways of seeing internet fragmentation that perhaps are not there, and they are very specific, and it's worth detecting them and putting them on the table, because in the end, what matters is the end point. I think that nobody is in love, well, maybe someone, but nobody's in love with the internet technology in itself. The internet technology, the internet architecture is something that it has meaning because people use it somehow, and it's how people use it or are able to use it that then becomes significant. So a little bit of cacophony is good, a little bit of focus, it's also good, I think. It's good that we are here discussing these issues. On diplomacy, the colleague mentioned the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. First, just two important things to remind. This is not a Western project. There are many non-Western countries that have signed the declaration. Now there are 70 countries that have signed the declaration, and we hope that more countries will join that perspective. And then the second thing is that it's not a US thing. This is really a core. True that there was a core number of countries that, starting doing the first draft, and the EU was part of that core. We think that the Declaration for the Future of the Internet is really underpins many of the values that we have. And it's something that we take it as extremely important diplomatic instrument, because we really think that we need such declaration to expand to really stop internet fragmentation. These are basic principles, including respecting the rules of the game of the global multi-stakeholder system where protocols are created. If you break those rules, then you can have a massive schism, not only technological, but the governance level. So at the level of diplomacy, I think that the declaration, but also the Global Digital Compact, will provide the ground for very interesting discussions that they really need to take into account the multi-stakeholder community. So this is not classic diplomacy. This is not states talking to states. This is the multi-stakeholder community engaging into these conversations that have to be very focused this time, very practical. We will be launching a multi-stakeholder engagement program on the DFI in the IGF in Japan. And I hope we will be able to explain you more about the next steps of the DFI and digital diplomacy around it.
Thanks, Esteban. Direct support to the multi-stakeholder model is always appreciated. There was a question here in the room. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Pilar from Youth IGF Spain and EuroDIG. So I have two questions. My first question is whether internet fragmentation is an irreversible process. Will we reach a point in time when we'll say, okay, internet is fragmented, we cannot go back to the original internet that was created. And my second question is related to what Steve said in his first intervention. That's whether having different internets that are tailored to, let's say, a specific culture in a country or tailored to specific social groups is actually harmful fragmentation. Thank you.
Who wants to take that one?
Thank you. Well, I think that the internet has been fragmented since the beginning, not at the technical level, but at the application level. Since the 90s, we have laws, countries making laws over the internet, and that's not anything new. Maybe the newest thing is like having these very few, very big, immense companies, all based in the same part of the world, and they're closed platforms. That's new. That wasn't there 20 years ago. But at the same time, I think that, fragmentation is here to stay because the world is fragmented. The world is divided in 200 countries. And while we, especially we that were on the internet in the 90s and when the mass discovered the internet, we thought and we still think that this will unify the world, possibly in peace, in a single entity in the long term. But exactly for this reason, we have to keep it running, and it will take a long time. It will take several generations, I think. So we have to accept that at this point in time, the world is fragmented in countries, and there are reasons why these countries have different cultures and views and government systems, and slowly they will come together, but we have to have an architecture that doesn't break, but maybe bends a little. And we have to be careful to preserve the basic level, and especially if we can keep the basic principle of free innovation at the edges of the end users being able to deploy new technologies, then end users will find a way. They will invent things like Tor, like peer-to-peer systems, like cryptocurrencies. They will find ways to route around centralized points of control. So that's the most important thing in my view about the fragmentation. And for the rest, I think that diversity is a value. So I think there is actually a value in providing different views of the internet, different content, as long as you keep this basic technical level together. Going beyond that, then it could be a problem.
May I also say something to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your question. Well, I'm coming from a technical perspective, so I'm working a lot with internet protocols. And from a technical perspective, I need completely to agree to Elena from ICANN, because technically, the internet is not really fragmented because the internet is completely global. Of course, there are a lot of different protocols and whatever, but technically, it's completely global. There are no countries, there are no borders, nothing. So the fragmentation that we face right now, especially in these times, are completely from politics, completely from economy. And this is nothing different than just like opening and closing a door. Let's talk about censorship. Censorship is technically just a list with domains. And the ISP provider in your country gets this list. And every time you try to reach the website, let's say Facebook, from your notebook, the internet provider will see it and just block the connection. So he can just like stop blocking these connections. And this will lead to a little bit less fragmentation or a little bit less control on the internet. So to your question, whether this fragmentation can be stopped from a technical perspective completely, because this has nothing to do with our protocols. This is completely political. And to the other side, what my pre-speaker just said about, of course, there will be always techniques like Tor and circumvallance techniques, but we should never rely on that, because using these techniques needs a lot of technical knowledge, needs people to even know that they are in danger. Because if you don't know that you are in danger or your privacy, you would not think about the idea, oh, I need some special browser like Tor or whatever. So we should not focus on finding alternative technologies for users to protect their privacy, but we should more speak about how much might do we give to companies on this really, really critical playground like the internet. It's nothing different than with traffic. So yes, this is mostly what we should focus on, this inner discussion and the definitions. What exactly means fragmentation? Who are the important parties? And how are we treating with critical infrastructures like internet? Thank you.
Thanks for those views. Before giving you the floor to the next question, I just want to answer on the issue of different cultural expressions on the internet. I think this is healthy. It's more diversity rather than fragmentation. So it is good that there is content that is understandable by the people. The internet was built for the people to access to content, to access to education, access to opportunities. And if it were everything in English or in Spanish or French, it would not be useful for most of the people out there. So it is very healthy that the internet reflects the diversity of the people, but that is not an expression of fragmentation. So it's a different view. And you mentioned if there is an event that would mark the fragmentation. We don't see it this way. On the work that we are doing, we see that it will be a process. It is a process. That is, it's already ongoing with some of the policies that we are seeing being put on the table by some governments. We have this analogy that we explain once and again, that it's like getting bald, no hair on the head. You look at yourself in the mirror every day and you see no change, but one day you realize that you are bald. With this is just a very similar situation. It's not just an event, it's a process. It's getting rotten, and if we don't stop it, it will be unfit for purpose. It would not be the internet as we want it to be, global and as a global tool for everybody to use. Please, next question.
Thank you. Sorry, my name is Andrew Campling. A couple of comments, if I may. Firstly, I disagree that the internet is or ever was homogeneous, even technically. If you refer back to the ARPANET, it was a network of networks. They all ran different protocols. They were just connected with a single protocol. So depends how you define define things as to whether you can sustain an argument that it's never been fragmented. In my view, it certainly was at the start. It is now. If I go to China, then I wouldn't have access to TLS 1.3 because that's blocked at the Great Firewall. Equally, if I go to China, I wouldn't have access to, going further up the stack, things like private relay because Apple chooses not to deploy it in authoritarian states. Interestingly, it's happy to deploy it in democracies, and even if arguably in some cases it's against the legislation in democracies, but it's happy to abide with the legislation in autocratic states, as are plenty of other constituent parts of the tech sector, to be fair. I'm not just picking on Apple. Thinking about the free and open internet, by some definitions of the cyber libertarians, malware blocking is censorship. It's completely justified that most of the CSAM that we find is hosted in Europe, and it shouldn't be acted upon because that again will be censorship. It's not an issue that there's actually less resilience now because of things like CDNs and mask and so on. Whereas in reality, we talk about the internet as though it's a static thing. It's not. Even the underlying technologies are changing and continue to change. Interestingly, most of those technical changes take place without any consideration of the policy impacts or indeed the involvement of policymakers. And that's maybe an issue, that the technology is not, doesn't operate in a vacuum. And that's a problem that needs to be addressed. So finally, if the price of stopping fragmentation of the internet is that we're targeted by industrial scale misinformation, we have zero privacy because there's no privacy in a lot of countries, and it's ignored by a lot of companies. If it enables the free flow of malware and CSAM, then I'd argue that that's not a price worth paying. So I think we need to be really careful what we wish for and very careful about definitions. If it's just about IP, fantastic. If it's about anything else, then I think we need to be really careful. Thank you.
But that's a statement, not a question. Okay.
Well, actually, if I could add something to that.
You want to react, Alexandra? Go ahead.
Yes, just one sentence. Thanks for confirming what I just said before about it, because as you said, it was China who decided that this or this protocol, whatever cipher suit or whatever is blocked, or it was Apple who decided that this and this is not possible, and it was Russia who decided to censor specific websites. So all the statements that you just gave, it was all political or economics decisions, because the protocols itself, also TLS itself, is ready to work. The decisions were not made on technical perspective, from the protocol perspective, but from economy and politics. So thank you for that.
All right. We have only a few minutes left, and nobody has explained what can we do to stop fragmentation. So if there's nobody in the audience wanting to take the floor, I will explain very briefly what we are doing at the Internet Society. I would argue that the most valuable thing that we have at the Internet Society is our community of volunteers or chapters. What we are going to do is help our volunteers to identify threats to the Internet. And we are going to empower them to raise their voice with the right arguments using our impact assessment toolkit to go to the policymakers in their jurisdictions and convince them of the wrongdoing when this is happening and what is the right direction and the policies so that this wrongdoing can be put in the right track. This is something that we are going to launch in the next months publicly on our website. We are going to publish a matrix of threats, and we are creating a coalition, an informal coalition of like-minded partners that want to join us on this effort. So I invite you to come to our website and join this open internet advocacy network that we are already accepting organizations to join in. This is what we are working on this issue of protecting the internet from fragmentation. And I think the purpose is a very important one. Because despite of some of the messages asking to look elsewhere, the reality, as we've seen on the previous panel, is that in fact there are governments and there are corporations out there that are modifying the internet in a way that is not fit for people, to have it as a tool for good, as a tool for education, as a tool for opportunity. And we need to change this path out of a global internet. So if there are no more comments, I think, yeah? Oh, there's one here, sorry.
Hi, so I'm Stephen White from the International Federation of Library Associations. It was actually, I should have asked it at the last session, and I think it builds on what you were saying. But politics has had a very bad rap in this session as a driver of poor decisions about the internet. But in terms of trying to mobilize people, in terms of trying to make people, help the lobster understand it's being cooked due to the sort of drip, drip, drip of bad decisions, what does that tipping point look like? What do you think it will take? What sort of incident will it take to get the broader internet using public to realize that something is wrong and that this is actually, it could be politically attractive to stop it, to politically attractive to actually take action? Thank you.
Does anybody want to take it? Esteve has raised his hand.
I was raising my hand to celebrate the project of the Internet Society that you just presented, because I think it gets into the core of some of the things that we've discussed here, which is that there are kind of macro fragmentation tendencies, but there are micro fragmentation tendencies that are very difficult to detect. And having this decentralized detection system where you can have different analysis of processes that you can raise a flag, and we bring it to policymakers, we bring it to people. You need the community to work on this, really. And I really liked the approach that you proposed. I just wanted to say this, but I'm happy to answer all the questions, or maybe my co-panelists can take the other questions. David, happy to.
I think we are run out of time, so with that statement, Steve, we're going to close this workshop and give the floor to the presenters so we can make the next one. Thank you for the people who have joined online and in person. Thank you.
And of course, a big thank you very much to the moderator, David Frautschi from the Internet Society. And before we wrap up this particular session, I would like to invite Sander Stefan from the Global NOG Alliance for a small announcement. He was a speaker in the main topic session, Impact on War, and specifically in subtopic 2, Navigating Challenges and Strengthening Ukraine's and European Internet Infrastructure. So please, you have the floor.
Hi. I won't take much of your break. I just want to make a small announcement. That after the session this morning, we took a look at all the donations that came in over the last couple of months. And we decided we collected enough to send another shipment to Ukraine in the coming weeks. So we just today decided that we're sending 45,000 euros worth of fiber splicers to Ukraine very soon.
So before we go back into the scene, I would like to invite you to take a little bit of a break, but do come back. We're starting at 5 o'clock again with subtopic 3, how can the Global Digital Compact prevent internet fragmentation? And we look forward to continuing this important discussion. See you in about 15 minutes. Good afternoon, starting going into the evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are now back from the main topic, internet fragmentation, looking at subtopic 3, how can the Global Digital Compact prevent internet fragmentation? So I would like to invite to the stage Ana Neves from the government of Portugal. Please.
It's working. I don't know whether I should sit over there, but maybe I'll be here. Just let me to arrange everything here. Okay, you are all tired to hear about internet fragmentation, aren't we? This is the third subtopic. So, if you saw the program, this topic, internet fragmentation, is being taken for different angles. The first one was about risks, the risk. The second one was about resilience. And this third subtopic is about hope. And here, in the subtopic hope, it will be dedicated on how can the Global Digital Compact prevent internet fragmentation. So, as you may know, I think, the UN Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, has proposed a Global Digital Compact based on shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. And here, it covers a range of thematic areas and specific issues, including the avoidance of internet fragmentation. So we are here discussing internet fragmentation on its several dimensions, and but is one of the areas that will be covered by the Global Digital Compact and that will be adopted by the member states in the United Nations in the Summit of the Future in 2024. So the Office of the Tech Envoy launched a consultation on the proposed thematic areas for the Global Digital Compact, which concluded on the 30th of April. EuroDIG's response to the Tech Envoy's consultation is accessible in the files of the Office of the Tech Envoy and in the EuroDIG page. This session here in this EuroDIG is being held at the time when UN member states are being briefed on the potential scope and impact of the Global Digital Compact and will enable the EuroDIG community to articulate in a set of key messages how specifically the Global Digital Compact should serve to prevent internet fragmentation. Now I will give the floor to Mark Carvel, who is a member of EuroDIG Support Association, to summarize briefly EuroDIG messages. Please, Mark, go ahead. So you want my mic? And I'm going to sit down.
Okay, thank you, Anna. And good afternoon. It's been a long afternoon on this topic, internet fragmentation, the risks and threats. What kind of fragmentation are we talking about? So you've been resilient in staying the course and reaching this point where we're going to look at one channel for hope. Now, EuroDIG, this is not the first time that EuroDIG has addressed the issue of fragmentation. If you look back over the record of recent EuroDIG meetings and the messages that were agreed at those meetings and published subsequently, you'll find that there are very important and relatively consistent statements about addressing the risks of fragmentation. And these messages are addressed not only to governments and policymakers, but also to the private sector, to the technical community. But there are consistent themes. And I'll recount briefly some of those points that have been made in the messages. And I'll quote actually from some of them. There was recognition, for example, by EuroDIG that the original model of internet services based on multiple implementations, I'm quoting here, multiple implementations, interoperability, and open standards has proved to be effective in countering the growth and dominance of walled gardens. We've heard about walled gardens quite a bit this afternoon, and closed platforms. So that is a kind of principle, really, that was articulated by EuroDIG about the value of the model and the model's contribution to avoiding fragmentation of the single global interoperable internet. And another message stated that any regulatory initiatives aimed at exerting sovereignty in a particular field must ensure that they do not harm the open and global nature of the internet. So there again, you've got that restatement of principle. At the technical level, EuroDIG stated that the single global multi-stakeholder governance framework should be maintained for the key technical resources of the internet, including IP addresses and domain names. Another message said that one of the ways to reduce the possibility of a splinternet is to avoid incompatible regulations for internet infrastructure. Fragmentation at the transport layer, IP, the DNS route, should be avoided. So later on, another message stated that recognizing that sovereign states have the right to create rules over the usage of the internet by their citizens according to their national values and legal frameworks. I'm quoting still, on issues such as moderation and removal of content, privacy and data protection, fair competition, national security, and taxation. So there was that recognition that there is that sovereign states, national states, countries, governments have that right. However, such regulation should avoid collateral damage and avoid fragmentation of the global critical internet infrastructure. So I think these are highly relevant statements from previous EuroDIG meetings. And indeed, as Anna said, EuroDIG responded to the Tech Envoy's online consultation on the proposed Global Digital Compact and the 7 themes, including avoid internet fragmentation. We responded to that, and the basis of the EuroDIG response was to draw on those messages. There were a few others as well, which I haven't quoted to save time. So where are we now? Okay, the Global Digital Compact formal process of consultations has now apparently finished with the ending of the deep dive consultations by the co-facilitators, Rwanda and Sweden. But there is the road to the Summit of the Future, which will be in September next year. And many voices have expressed concern that stakeholders should not, the wider non-governmental communities of stakeholders should not be excluded from these final processes led by the member states in the UN. So we should continue to fight for the opportunity to express stakeholders' views on issues such as the risk of avoiding the risk of fragmentation. So the question now, having said that, there is that channel of hope before us, which we should take advantage of, is what we should say as a EuroDIG community about ensuring that the Global Digital Compact, which is not just going to be a statement, it's going to trigger a process of action, of delivering commitments, of ensuring commitments are followed up, of accountability and transparency of who delivers on those commitments, governments as well as stakeholders. I get that positive element from the GDC process, that it doesn't stop with the deep dives having finished. The multi-stakeholder engagement should continue, and the implementation and landing of the Global Digital Compact should involve stakeholders, and national and regional IGS like EuroDIG should continue to be involved. So how do we ensure that the GDC, when it's delivered at the summit, includes robust and accountable provision agreed by the member states on the basis of stakeholder engagement, that the internet fragmentation will be prevented? That's why we've included the word prevent in the title of this subtopic. Let's go for it. And that, I think, is something we should be engaged with in a very positive and hopeful way. Okay, I'll stop there and hand back to Anna. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any questions to Mark's intervention? Otherwise, we'll continue. Yes? If you can come here.
Long way.
Long way.
Long way. Sébastien Bachelet, Chair of EuroLaw. 2 points. The first one, I am very surprised with the point of view of EuroDIG about each country can do what they want. End user, at the end of the day, they are not just belonging to one country. They are belonging to the world. When a country decides something for their citizen, it's something against the world. We need to live together and try to find a way to be together. If we allow for every topic that the country decide what they want, we are in trouble. But my main point is that my hope is that the GDC, you say, the Global Digital Compact, will not fragmented or will not add a fragmentation on the internet governance. Because for me, that's also a big risk. We are talking about internet fragmentation, I know. But if we add 1, 3, 2, 4 new bodies, I don't know who will be able to follow everything, but at the end of the day, it's a way to have less participation and less user voice and other voice of other constituency. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Sébastien. So, Adam, if you can present yourself first, it would be great.
Adam Pig, hello, Mark, hello. Yeah, 2 things. We're talking about the United Nations, so we have to talk about process, of course, because the United Nations is about process. So as you're thinking about messages, there are 2 things. The consultation and deep dive process, it was established by the President of the General Assembly, and as Mark said, we have the governments of Rwanda and Sweden leading this. What has been noticed and noted is that there are no records of those consultations. There's no recording of the deep dive processes themselves, no transcription, there's no record of the written contributions that may have been made to them. And that is quite unusual. And it does make you wonder, what are we going to see in the outcome document? Because at some point we're not going to be able to see what the input was, so it means that the outcome will be interesting. I'll leave it in that word. But it's an unusual process. That's the first thing. And the second is the much-mentioned Policy Brief 5 from the Secretary-General covers many of the same issues, which is interesting when the General Assembly, the President of the General Assembly, has initiated a process, and the Secretary-General seems to have almost reached a conclusion on some of the same issues. So has he inadvertently preempted the outcome of a process that was initiated by the General Assembly is perhaps an interesting question to raise. So I would consider, it's generally quite boring to talk about process, but as I said, it's the General Assembly, it's the United Nations, so perhaps consider those 2 points, that we aren't seeing a record of inputs into the process of consultation and deep dive, and where does the policy brief fit with the work that Rwanda and Sweden are doing? It seems somewhat unusual. Thank you.
Oh yes, very, very good questions. But I still have Chris Buckridge and Tatiana Tropina to speak up about how can the GDC prevent internet fragmentation. So Nigel, I wonder if you want to speak now or to wait for the interventions of Chris and Tanya, and then you can come back. Up to you, Nigel.
Thank you very much, Nigel Hickson, UK Government. I just wanted to be very brief. First of all, to thank EuroDIG for hosting this sort of session, and thanks to Mark and Anna yesterday for the session that we had on the WSIS process and the GDC. So I'm not going to mention process, although I think Adam makes some really useful points, but I would mention the opportunity that the Global Digital Compact has. I mean, indeed, there was a lot of concerns that many of us governments had in the paper that the Secretary-General brought out. But let's let this glass be half full in this case, and especially as this topic is on internet fragmentation. Let us hope that the Global Digital Compact can aspire to higher ideals than many other UN processes do. Let's forget about the open-ended working group on cybercrime. Let's forget about cybersecurity for once. And let's focus on the real issues that the global world faces. And internet fragmentation is one of them. The lack of diversity, the lack of development, the lack of multilingualism. And the Global Digital Compact can highlight some of these issues. It can highlight some of the work being done. It doesn't need to duplicate some of the work being done elsewhere, ICANN or the IGF, but it can complement it. And member governments, and I only speak for one of them, we have an obligation here. We have an obligation to ensure that the Global Digital Compact doesn't just end up as some ITU or UN document that no one will ever read.
Thank you very much, Nigel. I think that both Adam's and Nigel's comments, they are very important, and I hope that we can pick them up for our messages on the internet fragmentation. Now I will give the floor to Tanya. Hope about how Global Digital Compact can prevent internet fragmentation.
I must admit that you and Mark gave me an impossible task to speak about global digital compact and internet fragmentation in the context of Global Digital Compact. But 3 previous interventions made this task almost even more impossible. I could not express it better than Nigel. So I was supposed to give a bit of an introduction, but after the day of talking about internet fragmentation, to me, it feels a bit more as a recap than an introduction. The end, the wrap-up of huge discussions, the wrap-up of the issue of almost impossibility to frame and define internet fragmentation to something that, as Nigel said, is going to be hope. If you look at the Global Digital Compact, you will not see an explanation what it means by avoiding internet fragmentation. And we spoke about various stakeholders having the own definitions of internet fragmentation. So let me just, as a matter of introduction, put it in the context of the IGF and in the context of the policy network. What are we talking about here? First of all, we can think and speak about internet fragmentation, the promise of global connectivity, the technical fragmentation of the network. This is one level, this is one layer, but there are also fragmentation of user experience and fragmentation of governance, and I already heard this covered even in the interventions before us. So what I wanted to say here, that in the context of the Global Digital Compact, we have only one line, avoid internet fragmentation. But the promise of this line is huge, because it is up to us, it is up to European community to shape these messages, and these messages have a chance to become a firm commitment of the governments. It is a very important step here, how we scope it, how we define it, how we shape these messages, how we project them, and how we deliver them might define the future of the internet. And I just want us to remember this. And, you know, we were having these discussions and saying, what can we do? How we define it? We are preaching to the converted. We might be preaching to the converted. But this message goes to the outside world. So I suggest let's roll up our sleeves and do the work right now.
Chris, you know a lot.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, Chris, you know a lot of this issue as well. So the different layers of internet fragmentation. What do you think the Global Digital Compact will do to avoid internet fragmentation?
So, like Tanya, I think I'm sort of very much speaking here, having heard a lot of what I would say echoed back to me before I said it. But I mean, I do want to sort of seize a little on Nigel's ideas there. I think there is an opportunity here for a more ambitious kind of agreement, a more ambitious kind of project than we have seen before. And I think that is necessary. There is a need for this, for the UN to sort of step up and look at new models, new ways of ensuring that we meet these challenges. And I think Mark mentioned it. I know the Tech Envoy has also mentioned that there needs to be transparency and accountability, like follow-up for this document. It can't just be sort of pablum commitments made. There needs to be sort of structures to sort of follow through. I think that's where there is an element of risk, and I think that's where Sebastian really stole a lot of my thunder in that. We need to look to what structures we have, and the IGF is obviously one of those. The community that it's built around it, the structures, the intersessional work that it's built up is so valuable here, and is the instantiation of a multi-stakeholder approach within the UN. So in that sense, and others have said this in response to the survey, we need to look to what the IGF community has produced. And in this case, it's produced some really specific responses to the Secretary General's challenge. It actually produced messages responding to each of these themes, including avoiding fragmentation. We also need to look to that intersessional work, like the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation, and what it's described as the fragmentation of governance of the internet. And that's a real threat, which I think is captured under the Secretary General's original idea of avoiding internet fragmentation. But in looking at a new kind of structure, in looking at new ways to ensure transparency and accountability, there is a real risk there that we are going to see new models, new bodies, new groups sort of assigned. We've heard from the Secretary General about a digital cooperation forum. We've heard from the HLAB, the high-level advisory board on improving multilateralism, about a new commission. And I mean, these are, in some senses, rational ideas. They are looking at the gaps and they are trying to fill those gaps. But in another sense, they are driving down that road towards greater fragmentation of this process. And what that will mean is it making it much harder for all stakeholders, including governments themselves, to actually engage with this process. So, I mean, I think for something that EuroDIG really needs to stress going out is build on what we have, build on that multi-stakeholder approach that is there, build on the bodies that already exist that embody that multi-stakeholder approach, like the IGF, like the NRIs that exist in that ecosystem. There will need to be evolution. You know, what we have right now might not be ready to address all of the challenges here and to ensure that accountability, but the IGF has been improving and evolving for the past 17 years. That won't stop, and this GDC can perhaps give some direction to how the IGF and its community needs to evolve going forward.
Yes, thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to you. So we have the Global Digital Compact. Please come here. And something that I would like to emphasize is that if you read things about the Global Digital Compact, is that basically they are speaking about three main stakeholders group. So they are talking about governments, they are talking about private sector and civil society. Where is technical community? Is together with the private sector? I don't think it should be the case. And where is academia as well? So this is something that we have to pay attention because of what we have to do for governments to be really informed and to give them some more intelligence for them to adopt something that will be good in the summit of the future in September 2024. So please present yourself and go ahead.
Thanks. Academia is here. Ilona Stadnik, St. Petersburg State University. So basically it's not a question, but rather a comment. I really appreciate the Adam's and Nigel's and Sebastian's points regarding the non-transparent process and fragmentation of governance processes. But what I want to say, the more I follow the GDC, the less I understand who would benefit from it at the end of the day. Because it seems like, okay, we have this intergovernmental process with stakeholders elements in it, but we can't really see what's happening there. And it seems like it won't be like a treaty, yes? And all this, you know, internet community, multi-stakeholder community is fighting about any legally binding treaty. Okay, so what is GDC? Just a set of values? We have declaration of the internet, whatever, connectivity and fragmentation, whatever. It covers not the whole world, but just a part of it. But GDC won't solve this problem. So what will be next? Okay, we have this summit for future. We have this GDC. Hopefully it will be negotiated. But what next? We will still have some processes like IGF, technical people doing technical stuff, policy people doing policy stuff, and what's it? So who is the main beneficial actor from GDC? Maybe you know the answer. Thanks.
Well, it should be the whole community, but we'll see. So please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tomás Ridruejo, coming from the Youth IGF Spain, and thanks to Digitales. And well, we have seen many countries accepting the Declaration on Human Rights, and then they have broken it afterwards in some form. And these countries are usually the countries that are fragmenting the internet. So how can we ensure that they will follow the Global Digital Compact and thus avoid the internet fragmentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So no other person that would like to ask or comment or say something about the team? So if this is not the case, I go back to what? To you, Sri.
Anna,
So
can I just react on,
yes, of course.
On the position of the IGF and the national and regional IGFs in the GDC process? I don't think we should resign ourselves to being excluded. I think we should still fight for what and many of us envisaged as a role for the IGF and the broader community of IGF at the national and regional levels to have a role in implementing the GDC. I think that does resonate effectively, because there are some positive statements in the policy brief about multi-stakeholderism. That there is this thread going through a lot of the key passages in the Secretary-General's policy brief about multi-stakeholderism, and also about building on existing processes and not creating new institutions or new entities like the what possibly could be the Digital Cooperation Forum or the HLAB proposal for Global Commission. I mean, there is language about building on existing, and we should fight as a community of stakeholders, as channels for the stakeholders worldwide, to have that role to implement the GDC and to enact processes of monitoring and holding people to account in terms of their commitments. I don't think we should give up on that ambition. It will resonate well, I think, with many member states in the UN. We just have to keep fighting for that argument that there's a ready-made global ecosystem of governance based on stakeholders actively committing to delivering an open, free, interoperable, secure internet. So again, I mean, I'm expressing an ambition, but it's the way we can hope to make progress on that I think we should try and work to. Okay, Tanya, shall I hand over to Tanya, who wants to comment as well?
No, I don't want to comment. I actually should have been queuing at the microphone, because I'm not speaking as Tatiana from the stage. I'm now speaking as a community member. And I just want to throw the first couple of lines what I think should be the commitments, taking into account what we discussed here. Of course, we can propose to have a firm commitment to transparency and accountability of the process itself. And it has to be the call to have an actionable commitment, not just say transparency 100 times and not being transparent at all. But I think what is the most important for me in terms of avoiding, preventing internet fragmentation, there are two things. On the government level, for the governments or supranational organizations, avoid creating incompatible standards, protocols, and what have you on the technical level, on the technical layer of the internet. This is the first one. And the second one, I believe that governments should have a firm commitment to both multi-stakeholder model of governance and multi-stakeholder participation and governance processes. And the first one would be the firm commitment to the global multi-stakeholder governance of the technical layer of the internet. And this should be a non-negotiable, because I see even democratic governments confusing and conflating these two terms, multi-stakeholder participation and multi-stakeholder governance. And I think that we have to firmly say, look, the governance of the technical layer of the internet, unique identifiers, protocols, which is based on trust of the community and participation, and this goes back to comments by Sebastian, should remain global multi-stakeholder and not touched. And you should also, governments commit to multi-stakeholder participation in all other processes. So this is my input, if I may, the first kind of substance.
Something. Governments are not a single entity. They are very, very, very different.
Anna, if I may go deeply, exactly. One of my messages to the governments is always like, if your Department of Foreign Affairs is committing to global multi-stakeholder governance of the technical layer, could you please go to your Department of Justice? Could you please go to your this, and that, and align across? And one of the things, and maybe this should be in the messages, that across the governmental departments, inside and outside messages and commitments should be aligned. So we are not called hypocrites, projecting various messages and selling empty words, if I may say.
Governments have to do a lot of homework. Let's see how. Chris?
I think I'm very glad that we're getting to some very practical suggestions, and really my plus 1,000 to Tanya's suggestion there. I think that having a very clear commitment to maintaining multi-stakeholder governance of the internet's core functions is super important. It's something that is very specific. It's something that we've seen other governments or some member states already sort of putting into their cybersecurity strategies. For instance, the Dutch, who released theirs last week, have this very explicitly written in there. So this is something that we can build on there. I think just the other point I wanted to make, when you're talking about sort of something actionable rather than just saying transparency, transparency, there is a practical suggestion on the table right now from the IGF MAG to the co-facilitators for a multi-stakeholder sounding board that can assist with this process of developing, beyond the initial consultations that we have now, providing input as the agreement itself, the compact itself, is drafted. I think if EuroDIG was able to lend support to that, it's not clear whether it will be something we can get through. There is sort of resistance, I think, from certainly many member states to that level of multi-stakeholder engagement in what they see as a multilateral negotiation. But I think the NRIs, the IGF community, has to make the case that this Global Digital Compact, to be the profound, effective document and tool that we want it to be, needs the buy-in of more than just governments. It needs those private sector stakeholders, it needs the civil society stakeholders, it needs the internet technical community to buy into this, to feel ownership of this, to make their own commitments that they will also be held to. But you can't do that if the document itself is purely a multilateral negotiation between governments. So I think in advocating for that, governments are really undermining the significance of this, or the potential significance of this document. And I think for EuroDIG, it's something that we can sort of advocate for, and there is a practical proposal that we can get behind on that.
And the leadership panel has expressed support for this, hasn't it? Am I right, Chris?
The proposal has been sent to the two co-facilitators, so the representatives of Rwanda and Sweden, by the chairs of the leadership panel, that's Vint Cerf, and the chair of the MAG, which is Paul Mitchell. So that's on behalf of the IGF leadership panel and the IGF MAG. So it has really the full support of the IGF machinery behind it, but I think we are going to need to build a case and work with other stakeholders, work with other member states to make clear that there is support for this and that this is a workable solution going forward.
And maybe one step is for EuroDIG is to liaise with other regional IGFs, like the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF and the African IGF and others. I think that might be a useful communication EuroDIG could make.
Absolutely.
Messages, yeah. So it's 5:37 I wonder if anyone would like to intervene, to comment. Sebastian, are you coming? Yes. Good. Très bien. Jogging a little bit? Yeah, sport.
Thank you, Sébastien Macholet. Thank you, Sébastien Macholet, Euralo. I wanted just to add to what you say, very important that you can also give this message to the national IGF. For example, the French one will take place the 6th of July, and it could be important to raise this issue, and we can take that on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Sébastien. No other comments? So, if it is not the case, thank you very much, and a big applause to our speakers.
Thank you very much, and of course we have to thank the moderator, Ana Neves, for moderating this session. And while I kindly request the speakers to leave the stage, and I request Anya to come towards the stage, I would like to start wrapping up this main topic. Now that we have gone through the risks, resilience, and hope, the conversations haven't ended here. You've already heard invitations to come and continue the discussions elsewhere, but also don't forget that tomorrow we will have the EuroDIG messages. Adriana from the Geneva Internet Platform is with us to bring together these discussions, and tomorrow she'll be presenting the EuroDIG messages. And I hope that you will be joining us to reflect on what we have discussed today. So with this, I would like to invite Anya Gengo from the IGF Secretariat for the closing session, which looks at the outlook to the IGF in Kyoto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very much. This applause goes to all of you. And I can't believe that we are in Tampere only for the second day, because I'm having issues to recall what happened before. And I think that really speaks to the fact that we had over the 2 days excellent discussions, so engaging, so many new faces, which is so good for the sustainability of our processes. Amidst all these serious conversations, a lot of friendly, nice chats, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I know it's too early to congratulate because we still have a very important day tomorrow and things can happen. But based on the 2 days of all these discussions, especially the discussions that were happening bilaterally in the corridors, at the receptions, I think it's safe to say that we can definitely congratulate all the people, stakeholders who are involved at EuroDIG for arranging this important framework for all of us to discuss not easy topics at all, but in a very democratic, civil way, and definitely providing some good recommendations, good advice for ways forward. I also want to use this opportunity to sincerely congratulate the National IGF of Finland for also very good discussions, excellent stakeholders. I had a pleasure to meet some new colleagues that are in 8 years that I've been with the IGF Secretariat, haven't had the opportunity to meet. And it's such a wonderful energy and really speaks positively about the determination of this large group to make the internet a better place and to keep it like that. So I'm very grateful to EuroDIG on behalf of the IGF Secretariat for giving us the space, a couple of minutes to announce the updates about the upcoming 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. And certainly, if you have any questions or comments about the IGF, and if I can respond, I would be more than happy to respond. A quick reminder for all of you, I believe that you are aware that the 18th annual IGF meeting is hosted by the government of Japan in Kyoto in October from 8 to 12. So it's coming very soon, and keeping the Secretariat, the members of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, the leadership panel, the community, very, very busy already. The Internet we want, empowering all people, is the overarching theme of the IGF. And thanks to the inputs of the community and thanks to the hard work of the MAG, we have 8 themes on which many of the community members already submitted their session proposals, which are evaluated now by the MAG. And if you look at what's been submitted, it's very interesting to see that cybersecurity, cybercrime, safety online, as well as the governance of artificial intelligence and the emerging tech are the topics that are dominating the submitted session proposals. But other topics as well are very close to those, such as, for example, data governance, such as digital governance, avoiding internet fragmentation, or topics related to sustainability and environment. So all these promises a very diverse, rich program in Kyoto. I have to admit that speaking internally with the structure, the MAG doesn't have at all an easy task. This year received a record number of session proposals. On average, usually the IGF receives around 300-400 session proposals, and then it can accommodate around 300, so you don't have to say no to a lot of proposals, and the quality of those proposals is usually very, very good and very high. This year, we probably would need to say, in a way, no to around half of the proposals, just because more than 800 proposals have been received, and after initial cleaning, now that number is a little bit less than 800. More than 400 workshops are being evaluated by the MAG, and it's exciting to see very soon which sessions will feature the program of the IGF in Kyoto. And on that point, in July, from 10th to 12th of July, at the United Nations office in Geneva, the MAG will meet in person. There will be also the Open Consultations Day, which means an opportunity for all of us working for the IGF, being part of the community, contributing to it, to contribute to finalization of the program. So if you would like to see some changes in the IGF program, that will be the best opportunity to speak out and have your voice heard, and certainly help all of us working on the program to make sure it meets your needs. All the meetings, as well as the IGF, are hybrid, as you know, so if you cannot meet us in Geneva, then please do connect online. Likewise, for Kyoto, it would be wonderful if all of you could join us for the annual meeting in Kyoto, but we do understand that time can be a constraint, financial conditions can be a constraint, and if you are coming from what we call the global south countries, so if you're coming from a developing country or transitional economy, then you might be eligible to apply for the travel support. The call for travel support is open until 12th of July, and the best would be to visit the IGF website and apply as soon as possible, and then good luck to all of you who apply. Certainly, the Japanese host especially is working hard with all of us to ensure that we have good structure in place for meaningful online participation. I do understand that for this part of the world, maybe the time zone might be challenging, but I think it goes with the job. I think we're all very much challenged because we are participating in all these different regional processes that are feeding into one big global internet governance process, including the IGF. Finally, I just would like to mention as well a couple of important institutional work components that are underway. For example, the past 2 days we've been talking a lot about the internet fragmentation, and indeed it is a topic that is of global concern, first of all. And the good thing is that we've set up all these frameworks through which we can react and hopefully prevent harm to take place. The policy network on internet fragmentation is one of the institutional work streams. It's been mentioned a couple of times by various speakers here at EuroDIG. The process is open to everyone to join at any point of time. The good start is to subscribe to the mailing list that is available on the IGF website. Likewise, there is also a policy network on meaningful access, also a policy network on artificial intelligence, which are running their work, again, in an open framework, and also the best practice forum on cybersecurity. So you're most welcome and actually needed in all these processes for us to make sure that we develop a comprehensive output document, which may be a roadmap for solving some issues and making certain domains of the internet better for all of us. There are also more than 25 now active dynamic coalitions. Some of them, I think, hosted sessions at EuroDIG, such as the DNS one, it's certainly a good place for all of you who are maybe not connected to the dynamic coalitions to connect with people, stakeholders coming from different parts of the world, sharing the same passion as probably you are for the same issues within a same set of values. So I do invite you to visit the IGF website and explore those. And then finally, I'll conclude on the point that is probably the closest to me, but I think to all of you, given the fact that you're here, the concept of the NRIs. The network is growing and becoming a very, very powerful, I would even say unique mechanism, globally, regionally, and locally speaking. In so many countries, you can speak about only a national IGF as the true entry point of an organized, organic, multi-stakeholder, open, bottom-up, inclusive process. And right as I speak now, here at EuroDIG, we have Cape Verde happening as well, also the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So on 3 different continents, actually, today in the same day we're covering almost the same issues, but I have to admit from different aspects, which speaks about the diversity of Internet governance and Internet governance forums. I hope that you will be able to join us in Kyoto. A lot has been done already, and we'll continue to doing so on engaging youth through the IGF 2023 Youth Track, and there will be a dedicated youth summit at day 0 of the IGF. In the meantime, we are working with the regional IGFs, just as we did yesterday with EuroDIG, to engage with young people as much as that's possible. So end of August, we will be present at the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF in Australia, and I hope that many of you will be able to join on-site or online and participate there. Likewise, at the African IGF, which is hosted from 19th to, I believe, 21st of September in Abuja in Nigeria. The Youth Latin American IGF, for example, is hosted in Cartagena, in Colombia, also end of August. So plenty of opportunities to have your say, plenty of opportunities to learn, and I hope that you will indeed help us to create even stronger ecosystem. So with that, I'll conclude. If you have any questions or comments, more than happy to respond here now, or maybe you would prefer that I respond at the reception, which is coming right after we conclude this session. Thank you.
So Anya has offered for you to take any questions. So are there any questions in the room about the IGF? Well, firstly, I would like to start. She started with a kind invitation for us all to go to Kyoto in Japan. How many of you are actually going? Who has already bought their tickets? Hands up. Also for the people online, if you are going, do raise your hands. So I see, look around you, look around. There's quite a lot of us that are going. So this is a great way to seeing who is going to come. Okay, please lower your hands. And then for those people who are thinking about it, I don't have funding yet, or I want to go, but I still need to ask permission from my boss whether or not I can get the time off, things like that. Who is thinking, I want to go. If I get the opportunity to, I'd like to go. So funders in the room, look at these people. Funders in the room, look at these people. These are the people who are happy to see your support. And what's happening online? We have one hand raised. One hand raised.
One hand raised, indeed.
Fantastic. There's at least one person who is somewhere in the world who also wants to go to IGF. I think that we should all agree, whatever happens, we will meet each other at the EuroDIG stand. That's where all the things happen. We can always connect there with each other. We can see what sessions EuroDiggers are organizing. How many of you are thinking, how many of you submitted a session? That's quite a good European representation of submitting sessions. That's really amazing. Great job, EuroDIG community. And I know that there are a lot of newcomers here. What do you think? Do you think that you want to submit an issue after everything that you've gone through in the past day and over the latest experiences? Maybe you were challenged by something. Do you think that maybe in the future you would like to submit something to the IGF? Nobody wants to submit anything to the IGF. There's newcomers who are thinking of submitting things to the IGF. So you have seen the people who raised their hands who have submitted sessions, and we saw a couple of people who said, I'm thinking about it in the future. Reach out to those who have already submitted it. And if they have submitted it, they know what the key is to success. Let's help each other to make sure that we're actually going to be able to go together and have excellent sessions that reflect what we are doing here in Europe. I see that there is Sandra at the microphone.
Yes, and Nadia, thank you. Since you mentioned submitting sessions now, and since that was a topic of the last session about the GDC, that national and regional IGS should cooperate with each other, I would like to let everyone know that the Asia-Pacific IGF Jennifer Chung in person and myself, we have made a joint proposal to the IGF. Our idea behind was, first of all, to help reducing the number of sessions. So instead of doing separate sessions for our initiatives, we are going to do one together. Secondly, we also think that cross-regional collaboration, like we tried to enforce it with the parliamentarians yesterday, is something that is possibly a concept for the future. So we haven't yet decided on the topic because the Asia-Pacific IGF is yet to happen, and EuroDIG is also waiting for the messages that come out of this meeting. So on a rather short notice, the two forums will discuss which topic could be on the agenda based on our messages, where we have some overlaps possibly, where both communities discussed about it. And in case our proposal goes through, I would like to invite everyone from the community, because it's not a session about me and Jennifer, it's a session that we are organizing for our communities, basically, to get involved. We will, of course, announce it via our channels. For EuroDIG, it's the newsletter or social media. And then get involved in this session if you are in Kyoto in person or if you are joining online.
Thank you very much. I see that Adam would like to take the microphone. Please, go ahead.
I'm going to pretend to be Japanese for a little while because I lived there for a very long time. Don't be frightened of the cost. It's cheaper to eat in restaurants in Japan than it is here. Most of Europe. So don't be too worried about that. It's an expensive flight. Food is less expensive. Beer, if you like beer, is less expensive. Hotels are less expensive than any major European city, although the rooms will be small, they will be neat, they will be functional, they will be clean, but don't expect space. So don't worry about the cost too much. If you can get there, once you're there, you'll have a good time, and it will not be as expensive as any major European city. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A very good insight that when we balance the budgets, that we have to look at the overall cost, and maybe you'd be pleasantly surprised. It might even be cheaper than an event that you would have had here in Europe. But are there, in the meantime, any questions that are for Anja? Although she did offer that you could speak with her one-on-one at the reception, and that's also quite nice to have the opportunity to do so. So if there are no questions, I would like to say that I'd be happy to see you again in Japan, so do consider going. And you saw from the show of hands, there's a lot of us going, so please let's connect together and see what we can do. I think it would be a great opportunity for those who say, oh, we're interested in going, to kind of connect and see with people, how are they going? Where did they get their funding from? Why should I go? If you still have doubts, this is the place where people can tell you more about what was their experience, what did they learn from it. And many of the people in the community got new jobs or new experiences or projects. So this is a way to find out, like, how does that work? So really use it as an opportunity, perhaps even this evening, to connect with other people and ask about their IGF experiences. And, oh, are you okay? And hopefully we will be able to then provide an opportunity for those people to then connect and then also reconnect in Japan. But then as we come to the ending of this closing, I would like to ask again if you will do a little bit of homework. Here in the main auditorium, we're looking at 3 main topics, and tomorrow we're looking at digital platforms. On YouTube and on the EuroDIG wiki, we have created a briefing in which you can see a little bit and to contextualize that session before we start, so I hope that you will have a look at it. If you're really good in the piano, you're very welcome to come and play on this beautiful Steinway and Sons and share the beautiful music that you have in you and share a little bit about your culture and your passion, so you're always very welcome to. But then, unless there are any more outstanding notices, I think that I would like to close today. And I would like to thank all the speakers, all the session organizers and the focal points who have been helping designing these sessions, but absolutely not to forget the community here who is asking the questions, the community online who have been asking questions, for joining in this entire experience. And I hope that tomorrow you'll be also here, nice and fresh and early, to come and join us for a new excellent discussion about what we see as the future of the internet. So I would like to thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you this evening at the reception. Have a good evening.
One more.
always wonder. You had the answer.